We have hit the Gone Live button. Now, if tradition holds, we will get a text that is very vital that I have to immediately go off and deal with. So, let's see if that tradition maintains. So far, no texts or calls from work. Let's see. Let's check the audio quality. Hit the Gone Live button. Now, if tradition holds. Okay, looks like we're going good. Got audio. Okay, so what are we doing today, travelers? Well, for those of you who are with us or caught up or watching the recorded, you might have seen me complete the ARR campaign last night. That was very exciting. It was a journey, not just from a gameplay standpoint, but also from a technical difficulty standpoint. We were up quite late. We got it, though. We finally got it. Anyway, we are now basking in the post-A Realm Reborn storyline. So, couple things. I haven't even logged in yet today. That's how fresh this is for today. We are going to pick up a lot of the quests that we can do in the background. There's a lot once you complete ARR, or really any expansion. There's a lot of things that you can do that really would be advised to do. Let's say before you complete the next part of the journey, right? So I'm not saying we're going to 100% complete ARR before we move on to Heavensward. Quite frankly, that would be ridiculous. But I would like to do a couple of things. A couple of things that to me have never been optional, to be quite frank with you. Like, for example, the Alliance raid and the 8-man raid. Those are not optional content for me, personally. And that's because of the lore. I believe they have made some... I think the Bahamut raid is still optional. We also have just a ton of stuff everywhere. What does she do? She's new since I beat. I just noticed her here seconds ago. Oh, she just sell. Oh, we have some armor. So, okay. 130 item level. Well, that'll help a lot. Okay. It's a plus 15. Shing. Let's compare. Yeah, what are we looking at right now? So how big of a jump is this? 15 extra damage. Auto attack increases by about that much. Oh, the intelligence increase, though, is astronomical. So you don't want to just look at the increase in terms of the raw damage, which is only 15, right? But it increases my intelligence by 44, which is my damage stat. So that's an immense improvement. Might be the case, though. Let's look at this. Could also use the armor, though. I noticed we were incredibly squishy. We can only afford one or the other of these, so go with that for now. I would generally advise taking the weapon first. Generally yields you better results overall. What was the other option? Girl's armor. Oh, is this the fucking... This is the... Oh, man, I'm so tongue-tied right now. This is the anima weapon, I think. Or the not the anima, Zodiac weapon. At least the start of it. I'd be able to tell better with the healer. Let's see. Thyris? No, it's not. I don't know what this is, actually. It's like partway through it. Okay. That'll give us the one good thing there. We have some other stuff. Crafter. These are all level 50. We have no purple seals. Are purple seals the good currency? No, white seals are the good currency. Purple seals are the, in-betweeny currencies. Okay. If I'm remembering that right. So we'll probably use those mostly to get the new recipes. First off, we'll start up there. And Gatherer, let's see what they got there for the Gatherer gear. Oh, these are not actually as crazy as I would have thought they'd be. That's okay, though. Okay. So, that's her. And we're going to be doing that. That's pretty much the entire stream. I guess I got interrupted in the middle of explaining that we were going to be mostly doing that by that. We're just going to kind of go around and see what blues are available to us. There's going to be a lot of them. We're going to unlock all kinds of new raids, dungeons, things like that. Just get that stuff going. Real quick, I'm sure my squadron's back by now. Squadron. Mission was a success. Nice, okay. Gladiator to Marauder, interesting. Congratulations, Commander. The squadron screwed itself yet again. Iron Speed thrown some meteor assignments our way. Just wait and see. Squadron promoted. Nice. Okay. So that was cool. So we're able to get some of our squadron ranks up. Let's see. New missions. Nice, nice. Oh, I don't know. I'm so sorry, sir, that I am all up in your business. I am, like, right in this man's face. That was not intentional. Access to command missions. Okay, command missions. So I can do these now. These are actually an excellent way to level up both your people and side jobs. So you have to kind of do both. It makes sense to do them both that way. Team missions. What do I feel like is in the realm of possibility? Those require a lot of yellow. A lot of blue. Let's see. I can reduce my yellow. I have a lot of yellow. Oh, you've got a lot of yellow, so let's try this. Yeah. Use the yellow further. Maybe more of that middle number. I think it's magic. Let's go back to this. The training missions, and they're called. A training mission. Location. So many. He says that he thinks they can do it. It's going to push them to their limits or whatever. So we'll try that. Oh, makes sense. Not that squadron mission. Deploy these guys. All right. So many things to do today, travelers. So many things to do. Whew. Should take it one at a time. This really looks like a Dragoon's Lance, so I almost just went to my hotkey for the backflip move. But I'm not a Dragoon right now. So. Oh. It's like, that's a quest to go take. Let's check that out. Hunter's Guild. And it's pretty much just going to be a lot of this. Just traveling to the various different quest givery locations, for lack of a better term, and seeing what they have available. So I didn't know that this was here. I knew that this was a bonus dungeon that existed, but I didn't know that it was like specifically started here. So let's go talk to Isumion. This doesn't seem to be a white mage related thing. It is well to see you here, sir. An ancient darkness is arisen in these woods, and we will need you and all your arts to counter it. I speak to you in the name of the three seed seers. The eldest, Kane Senna, you will already know as the guardian of the fair land. 2 siblings has she. It is the younger of the pair, Arun Senna, who hears the voice of the elementals with greatest gloom. What he has heard lately is troubling indeed. These dark stirrings we have traced to the lost city of Amdapur in the South Shroud. The city once throve in the fullness of magic during the 5th Astral Era. It was sealed in the wake of its demise. Alas, the Twelveswood has been out of balance since the calamity, so riotous has its aspects become that the seal has severely weakened. When this happens, the forest surrounding the city began to wither and die. We would enjoin you to investigate the cause. Now, I must confess that this is a task for the Twin Adder normally, but you are the heir to Master Aitoa's legacy. The Seers were unanimous in the belief that no one is better suited to the undertaking. Will you not assist? It is well that you assent, for the need is great. Go now to Seetsia Reasena at Camp Tranquil. Listen well to what she has to say of her brother's divination. That's interesting, because I wonder if what he says if like this was not the case, because obviously what he just said, I am the Aitoa's soulstone bearer. It's my white mage job soulstone, right? I don't think it says it. I mean, I wish it did, but it doesn't actually say that on here. But that's whose soulstone we had before, was Aitoa Kant, who was one of the more preeminent white mages in history. So that's whose jobstone I have. But I wonder if I hadn't had that, would he just been like, you who slew Ultimo weapon or something kind of generic, right? I find both of those interesting options, to be honest with you. So, curious to know if anybody knows. Let me know in the comments. I do know for certain that you can unlock this dungeon as not a white mage. I know they would not have locked a dungeon behind a job. That's not going to happen. Be kind of cool. I don't hate the idea, but it won't happen. Ah, a mage after my own heart. Come to help at the bottom of this noisome business? Brother Simeon hasn't told you much, has he? Discretion is the better part of his valor. Well, aside from the Amdapor Keep, the city all that remains of an advanced magic civilization from the 5th Astral Era. No records survive of how the city met its end, but the elementals tell us all was undone by what the Great One calls an unclean presence. I fear that what my brother senses is this very thing. Its satedness drained away from so many centuries. If it hungers for another city to slake its thirst on, I'll take it from here, sister. Removal noises. Manners Arun, we've spoken of this. So you've met my younger brother Arun Senna. You will have to excuse him, force-born lout that he is at times. My apologies for the urgent summons, Ursa, but the darkness that stirs in Amdapor behind the barrier waits not on our convenience. Something is kindled there, and it daily grows. And how distrait the elementals are. I've not seen the like of it. They show me what feels like an awakening, and nightmares. I fear this calls for more prosaic sensing than that of my rare gift. Some disaster slouches toward us. Might you discover the source of these dark visions and nip it in the bud? You are our best hope, Ursa. Surely you can find the will to journey to Amdapor. You will find a woodwailer by the name of Alphine keeping vigil at the barrier. Don't worry about returning here to tell us your findings. The elementals will doubtless keep us appraised. But enough talk. Good luck, Ursa. Sent me off with a fuck you, bye. So, oh my god, I can fly! I forgot. Sorry. I walked over there with my pedestrian legs, and then I went to jump off the cliff, and I just started soaring like a fucking monster. Alright. We can fly, travelers! How do I get off the... isn't it just... Why is he not landing? Oh, you probably can't land on that. That's probably why. Yeah, that's why. Oh my gosh, I can fly. Look at me flying. Woohoo. Okay, sorry. That completely distracted me off my train of thought. Alphine. The sea seals have word of your coming. You are bold indeed to win a glimpse of the darkness. The lost city festers more and more by the day. They say you're to lance the boil, eh? Beyond the gate lies a land out of balance, its earth aspect sapped by the calamity. You had best be prepared before proceeding further. Wrought and wrong, that's what you'll see. Creatures run mad, tormented by hooked burrs that clutch and burrow. Well, good luck with that. No doubt you'll prevail, being favored of the Seed Seers and all. Fight well. It wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, Lost City of Amdapor is a fascinating relic of the Cormachop. Let me be quick here for you guys. Okay. Born in magic, the ancient city of Amdapor lived in splendor and died in agony. As the 5th Astral Era gave way to the 6th Umbral and the ensuing catastrophe, the agent of Amdapor's destruction slept. Now the seal that has held so long is softening like wind-fallen fruits. And what blind worms writhe underneath the skin of this dead city? So the 5th Astral Era was the age of magic, right? And the 6th Umbral Era was when imbalances happened within that magic, during the war between the Maki civilization, the city of Nim was kind of like a forerunner, and the other one was Amdapor. So Amdapor was considered to be one of the like greater nations. They were considered to be essentially the grandfather, the wise older brother. They were the one that like everybody could rely on. They were almost like Switzerland in a way, I guess. You think of them like fantasy Switzerland, right? They were much beloved by basically everybody and very respected for a time. before Mock started getting greedy, probably because of all the corollaries due to Asian influence. We're not entirely certain, but it stands pretty reasonable. Take a drink there, sorry. Talking a lot. But yeah. That's the story behind that there. Oh. Well, that's certainly one to unlock real quick here. You there. Would I be right in guessing you're an adventurer? If so, I have a request to make. We've had reports of some charlatan claiming to be a blue mage. Whatever that's supposed to be. He could be blue arse wharf rat for all I care. But I hear he's selling so-called scroll crystals to adventurers for a tiny sum. Apparently they're meant to give the holder all sorts of mystical powers. Which is a load of chocobo shite according to a dozen or so dissatisfied customers. You see, spells and whatnot are really my expertise, which is why I want you to help me investigate. I need you to tell me whether these crystals are the genuine article. If they turn out to be fakes, I'll arrest him on charges of fraud, and you will receive fair payment for your assistance. And if they be some miracle end up doing what he claims, you might be able to pick up a new parlor trick or two. So, are you in? Very good. We received word he's hanging around passers-by near Summerford Farms. I'll meet you there. So that is a limited job quest. It's very polarizing in the community. I think, to be honest with you, I think they did explain. What is this? Didn't I complete all the Fisher quests? I'm sure I did. But yeah, I think they were pretty clear about their communication on what the job was going to be, but apparently some people still thought it was going to be a little bit more available in the main game than it is. I personally enjoy it. I think most people's complaints has to do with its limitedness, which, you know, I mean, no offense, but it's called a limited job, so I would have assumed that that would have been inferred, but what do I know? What is going on? Why is my fisher gone? Did I sell my fishing rod? Can I equip? I think I know what I did. Well, that was foolish of me. Yep. It is fun to snap, though, for nothing. Go get a fishing rod. I put a bunch of stuff in the armoire before starting the stream just to clear up some of my inventory space. So I think probably I was still using the fishing rod. So I need to go get that real quick. Collected. The armoire. The armoire. Yeah. And like I said, it's an easy fix, just... Let me out! Let me out! Okay. Anyway, Amdapor, we are currently queued up for that, and while we're waiting, I get to take on all kinds of other stuff, which is exciting. Something else I'd like to do if we have time, although I don't know that we will, is unlock the Monk and the Paladin subclasses. That'll put us in prime position to unlock the remainder of the ARR jobs at the next bonus stream. I think it's going to be too much to try to do all those things at the same time. Did not mean to do that just now. But I like the idea of having it ready to go. Marauder. Okay. I thought Aft Castle had some at post ARR, but maybe it's a little bit further along. Fisherman's Guild. This might be a yellow, too. It's looking like a yellow, yeah. Level 50 yellow quest exclusive to Fisher. What is that about? There you are, Ursa. Where have you been? Somebody tell you about a big fish? No, I don't mean him. Wabaligo may be the guild master, but he's more the big lugworm than the big fish. In fact, he calls you the best fish in the guild. That's why he wants to see you. Some scholar raising a hue and cry about a huge giant fish that needs catching. Refreshing, isn't it? It's actually serious business for a change. What will the morrow bring? Sharks spinning from the sky and a spectacular shower of scales? Oh, don't look at me like that. I am acting. I am the acting guildmaster after all. You'll find Mabaligo at his usual spot at the docks. Might as well hear what he has to say. You're not likely to lose by it, and I've surely had a bellyful. This must be some sort of, like... For it to be this, it was added after the game, for certain. So that's interesting. What does it do? Most of the time, yellows don't unlock new stuff. So maybe this is just lore. Ah, Ascension. The adventure arrives at the alacrity. Sir, this fellow you must follow. He is learned in lore and wise in the ways of the worms. Oh, yes, I am Ascension, and I am indeed learned in lore. That is to say, I study legends throughout Eorzea. Legends of what the common man might call giant fishy things. I recently came across an ancient document which made reference to something called the Nepto Dragon. I should explain that by dragon, the ancients probably meant a giant fish, or possibly a shrubbery of unusual coloring. It's usually one or the other. But my Nepto Dragon was no plant. But the Book of 3 notes it was twice man-sized, that is to say, twice as long as a year is tall, and tore through hulls of trading ships with its mighty teeth. Did it ever live? Does it still? One thing is certain. If I ever find its home in the waters, I will be the one who hauls the mighty monster out from the depths. I haven't the fortitude. Will not be. To clarify, I fear water greatly. Even standing on this pier tests my will to its limits. Listen, guy, I relate completely. Fuck the ocean. But that is why I am here. That I might petition the aid of one such as you yourself, who harbors no such fear. I absolutely harbor the fear, thank you. Terrifically told, and totally true. He comes to Wabalego, the learner of lore, but he found this fisher had faults. Too old am I after this monster of myth, though I do think that I am not completely diminished by my dotage, or do you doubt it? I thought to myself, this is a game 1 game guppy, the best of the bunch, bearing myself by the bream. Now then, on to the old ones. I saw that flinch, and the furtive flitting of fingers to some folksy charm. Suffice it to say, I speak of fish grown great in gloomy green depths. You've heard chatters about these wily wizards of the water, I'm sure. But chatting is not catching. More fishes have heard the history than have hooked the hidden heavyweights to it. Oh. Now, what if this learner of lore tells it true? This Nepto Dragon will need a fisher who can fish an old one to order. So it falls to you to prove your prowess. Pretty please. Master Wabalego, you've got your share of these elder, that is to say, old ones, have you? Was that a quibble or question? A quick query to yourself, if you please. Why even ask if the answer is clear? Of course I caught an old one. Notice I stress the singular, Even the master fisher of all of Eorzea finds the old ones a heavy handful of hell. Where to begin, where to begin? Ah, the Titanic sawfish. An enigma to entertain even an eclectic expert. It enjoys a certain infamy in its immediate environment, shall I say. Other fish of its fraternity flip their fins and flee from it. You can find the Titanic sawfish in Cape Westwood. You must mooch the monster if you're primed to pull it, and our cultured companion will couch his corrections. Now ready the reel, coddle and creel, use a lugworm and catch a Melthor goby. I thought it was gonna rhyme! I was spitting hot bars, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, Melthor goby. Fuck. Melthor gobies are only the first bait to bag the best. Mooch with it to net a wahoo. Now you must maintain the mooch to manacle a Titanic sawfish. It's a double mooch, so it's Melthor goby to a wahoo to a Titanic sawfish. A pissy piscus is this Titanic sawfish. Not a drop of doubt about it. Only appears when all aligns, the hour, the weather, the welkin's color. Should you net the Titanic sawfish, no nugget of knowledge will I deny. I had such an opportunity to observe old ones from an Umiok, and you shall learn every detail. No easy feat, I know, but mine eyes have seen you master that mendacious Marlin of Mazapa, and that makes you a fisher second only to Wabalego. Y'all will have to excuse me, that was a fucking mouthful. But that's cool. I like that a lot. So it's like a little quest line to go unlock the legendary fish. I didn't know that that was unlocked by this, because I think a lot of people don't do the yellow quests, and I have typically been in that boat. I've recently been clearing them just while I'm waiting for queues to pop, and I wouldn't have noticed that one probably ever, because normally she has another quest that's a yellow, that is a level 3 quest that is basically no import or interest. So I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was a really cool little thing to see. Apparently I'm going to go catch some dragons for this guy. Doesn't seem like it's going to unlock too much, but my wife is giving me a frantic look. It seems like she might be taking this quest as well. She likes fishing. I will probably be completing the fishing log. I know, I hate myself. It's going to be great. Tune in for the next couple years during fishing streams. We'll probably do, honestly, rather than doing it that way, I'll probably say Sundays. We'll just have like some fishing time. Maybe I'll include my wife, and that'll be a bonus stream. Just Sunday fishing. Why not? It sounds fun. It sounds light, easy. Okay, anyway. Now that we're back onto this, I suppose I should be talking about the lore of this game and not just fish. This is Amdapor. So, Amdapori was, again, they were sort of the elder brother nation to the 5th Astral Era's many magical city-states. There was a couple of notable ones, but there are more than this. Would be Nim, who was kind of the one in the middle, kind of the redheaded stepchild, I suppose. They were often caught between the machinations of Mach, who were a militant sort of dark mage faction eventually, and again, most likely due to Ascian intervention. We don't have no proof of this, but it was almost certainly Ascian intervention that caused them to... Corrupt is not really the correct word, because they were never, like, what I would call, you know, a pacifist people. The original Dark Mage, Shitoto, is actually one of the great founders of Mach. Or not great founders, but certainly one of the preeminent mages. She was the first one who weaved the first Black Mage spell. Funny fact, actually, we have the Gem of Shitoto. That is our gem, our Black Mage gem. It's currently equipped on me right now. So, Shitoto... Shitoto... weaved the first Black Mage spell for Mach, and that put Mach on a militaristic path wherein they knew that they could sort of dominate the other city-states at the time. One of the only things that stood up to them was Amdapor. Amdapor was so strong and so wise in their magic that they were able to withstand all of Mach, assuming that Mach was going to play fair. But the issue is, Mach did not play fair. They sent essentially a pestilence in the form of a void scent inside of an urn. Kind of like when you're doing the Thaumaturge questline, there's that one void scent stuck in an urn, right? Very similar process here. They sent an urn with a void scent inside of it that was sealed away, right? And that urn released a pestilence, a very weak void scent, so as not to be caught up. They were very clever with it, Mach. So they sent this pestilence in to Amdapor, and it put all this shit out here that we're seeing, all this in here, all this lurgy. Yep, all that. Got put into here, basically. One of the things that happened as a result of this, though, is that if you didn't die outright, you were given something called the Rancor, or the Green Death was the name of the plague in general, I suppose. But the Rancor is what affects the Tomberries. That's what makes them so rageful and violent. A lot of the scholars of Nim, as they were sort of, honestly, sort of innocent bystanders. I feel the worst for them. They were kind of innocent bystanders in this entire process. They willingly infected themselves with the Green Death in order to try to be able to find a cure, the scholars. But the Marines of Nim are going to be something that we talk about quite a bit whenever we do the Scholar quest, because, I mean, spoilers, but let's just say there's going to be a lot of lore about the Marines there. And they're a fascinating group, so hopefully we'll talk to them. Honestly, you can talk about the lore of this game all day long. Hopefully I'm getting all that right. I'll definitely, when I make a full video about this, it will be with a lot more detail and citing of sources and not just, here's this thing that I halfway understand, blah, blah, blah. But again, this is where comments come in handy too. feel free to let me know. If you guys like, hey, actually, this is what happened. I'm not going to get upset. I'm far from it. I'll be like, absolutely, that sounds cool. Let's talk about some... It is generally very difficult to upset me. My wife has managed it a couple times. But... yeah, it's not common. Oh no. Oh, that's a mimic. I might have just doomed the entire party. Oh, I'm so sorry. My party hates me now. I kind of forgot the mimics existed, and I kind of need loot, so I'm gonna also still do it again though. Is there any way? I don't actually know the answer to this. Is there any way to tell when a chest is a mimic before you open it? Why is he so fixated on me? I don't have the aggro, so I don't know why the fuck he won't leave me alone. There, carrying on without me. Wait for me! I was looking at loot. I'm sorry. Really pretty here. I will say Amdapur... I mean, not just because it's right next to Gridania. It has a lot of similarities to... Not so much Gridania, I suppose, but really, like... hell's the name of it? Galmora. Which is the sort of progenitor to Gridania. A lot of similarities to them. If you look around, like, this could almost be a Galmora. Although, of course, Amdapur came first. And it's very likely, in my mind, because of the location of them, that Galmora is a sort of last surviving line of Amdapuri society. Or at the very least came in after Amdapur had already been well and truly gone. And made their way out that way. So, either way, both of those options are very fascinating. Dirty Eyes. Interesting name. So, as we go into this battle, keep in mind that the primary enemy, and the real overturning thing that led to the fall of Amdapur, was when Mock started using, and where I say utilizing really more than using, Void Sense. So here we have Diablos. This will be not the last time we see that Mock has turned to Void Sense for their machinations. Excuse me. Why am I being targeted? That was moderately painful, sure. Why is he over there by a door? I don't remember this fight at all, which does not necessarily mean that they changed it. It might just mean it's been a while since I've done this from a mechanic standpoint. There's a lot of things going on that I don't recognize at all. I seem to have 3 stacks of something bad. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look good. Oh. I appear to be in a nightmare state. I can tell you, me missing my fucking Fire 3, that was a nightmare. That looked painful. When in doubt, just stand with the group. It doesn't always work. In fact, sometimes it can backfire exponentially. But most of the time in a content like this, it'll usually turn out okay. Nice. I can fight there. So yeah, Diablos, or Diabolos. There's a server named after him, so chances are pretty good he's gonna be back at some point. Typically when you kill a Void Scent, or I suppose return a Void Scent here, it does not mean that they're dead forever. And Diabolos is a very prominent figure in the Final Fantasy games. He's been around, I think, since... I know he's in 4. I don't recall seeing him earlier than that personally, but I didn't really play 1 and 2 all the way through. Be something I'd be interested in doing the channel at some point if there's enough interest. But yeah, for sure, he's been around a while. He's an old hand here. Blue, he wants me to be at Summerford Farms, which should be middle of this, yeah. Just... yeah, it's probably closer to the gate than not. Just move the rope up there. Oh, what am I doing? Walking around on my plebeian legs when I can take to the skies. Man, that's going to take some getting used to. I'm so used to walking around on foot everywhere that it's going to be a while. Got out just in time. It looks like he's about to make his pitch. Sure. Listen, I'm a black mage, I'm a white mage. Let's take the blue mage. Red mage will be a bit, but it's happening. Those glasses, this is the stupidest fact that I know. Those little glasses on the end of his nose are called a pince-nez. Just if you ever wanted to know what those stupid-ass little fucking glasses that don't have the arms are, that's a pince-nez. Sometimes it has a little monocle. They're very posh. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The name's Martine. And today I present you a wonder of the new world. I call it blue magic. That's a pimp-ass cane, I will say. Beyond the Indigo Deep and live the Wallachui, who have their own unique brand of spellcasting. Like black and white magic, it draws on aether from all surroundings. But that's where the similarities end, my friends. I'm sure you've all seen wild creatures lashing out with fire, ice, and what have you. It's a form of self-defense, see, but it's still magic. The Wallachui, the Wallawaka, motherfuckers. The Wallachui discovered... Stop laughing at me. Wife's over there having a fit. You say it then. How would you say this? Yeah, the Wallaki discovered how to harness Aether in the same way. It wield the forces of nature. But how, I hear you cry? It's simple. You have to attune your mind to the instinct of the beast. When a creature is driven to attack, you can see into its soul. When you overcome it in battle, you absorb some of its aether and make its power your own. Of course, it's not as easy as picking fights with the local wildlife. But my Waliki mentors taught me well, and now it's my turn to teach you. Behold, the power of blue magic. By the 12, did you see that? I thought you'd be impressed. Now, before anyone asks why it's called blue magic, let me tell you. For the Wallaki, the color holds special meaning, sacred even. And seeing as it ain't quite white or black magic, it seemed like a perfect fit. I suppose you're all also wondering what you need to become a blue mage like me? Well, for starters, you'll be wanting one of these, a soul crystal. And don't forget a specially designed outfit to help you look the part. I'll even throw in one of these spell books, personally penned by yours truly, containing everything you need to know about learning blue magic. I've got enough for all of you, but you'd better snap them up before it's too late. Interesting little question of the day. Are you not really that dense? Can't you see he's playing you for fools? Drive the beast back. More like run headlong into battle with only a silly blue costume for protection. Of course, no one can claim it's fraud when they're at the bottom of some creature's belly. We feast on your flesh, smoothskins. Your gods cannot save you now. All of you, stay back. No more, please spare us. Then run off into the distance. That's a very funny run. They never stood a chance. Bugger all this swords and shields nonsense. I'm giving blue magic a try. That's smart though. He does seem like he's up to something, doesn't he? Definitely something fishy going on here. The arrival of those Mamulja was a little too timely for me liking. Come on, let's see where he goes next. Looks like he's heading for Morabite Dry Docks. Follow me. Whew. All I do is yawn anymore. I'm so sorry. Look at me though, soaring through. This is honestly going to make everything so much... And once you unlock flying, it makes everything so much easier. Because, like, now when I want to go do my, like hunting log, I can just soar over and just get where I need to go. If I want to do my beast quest, same thing. Everything's just a couple of flights away, just a few seconds flying. As opposed to, like, right here. Like, having to go intervening terrain if I want to get over here, go all the way down here, up, over, in. Or I could just soar over the clouds, drifting along. My floating eyeball. So that's the leaves. What are you? Also leaves? See a dollar, what it says. Ahoy there, lad! You keen on visiting them island sanctuaries, I take it? No fucking way. At level 50? Bugger me. You're unaware of the fuss going on about this old affair? If you head southeast from here to the Isles of Ildebrand, that is, you'll reach the Seedless. Adventurers much like yourself been granted the right to cultivate a number of deserted isles out there. Don't get your hopes up, though. Ain't as if any and all can go and get themselves a permit or one of the sanctuaries. For all I can tell, old project's still in infancy, and the Admiral's bloody fussy about candidates. Tell you what, since I like you, I'll take you to a mate of yours, I'll, safe and sound. You can only say the word. Unable to visit Island Sanctuary, the owner's forbidden access. Okay. You must be an acquaintance's homeworld if you wish to see their Island Sanctuary. Okay. To unlock personal Island Sanctuaries, you must first complete the main scenario quest, Endwalker, and progress through Secret Sanctuary. That makes a lot more sense. I was over here like, what? So he can just take me to one. I don't get my own. I was about to be fucking flabbergasted. I mean, that's kind of cool that they do that, but that was... I was about to say, I don't know that I have time. I'm going to take the next 2 days off just to start my sanctuary up. I have so many things to do. According to one of the gods, this Maltine character has been skulking around the docks over the last few days. Apparently he's been begging for leftovers from the mess hall. Considering that he's making Gil hand over fist for gullible adventurers, this strikes me as more than a little odd. Anyway, he was last spotted making his way to the Salt Strand. Let's go. Meow. Meow. Sorry. I have a very old cat, and she's decided to spend some time in my lap and meow at me because she wants more attention. I'm petting her with one hand. She would like to be pet with 2 hands. She's very upset about it. Very excited. Meow. Just as I suspected, he's up to no good. Why else would he come all the way out to a place like this? Martin, you say you'll be less violent this time. But that was very violent indeed. All adds to the realism, and you lads did a great job. Your gods cannot save you now. Nice supervision. That one bloke damn near shat himself. I think we've seen enough. Hold it right there. I'm placing you under arrest on charges of fraud. Fraud? This is all a big misunderstanding. You can't put the wool over my eyes. The game's up. And the same goes for you two. I knew you were in cahoots from the very beginning. As for those crystals, I'm about as convinced by them as I am by your acting. Say what you will about our sales technique, but there's nothing dodgy with the merchandise. I'll have you know I poured my heart and soul into these crystals, and the spellbooks explain how to learn the magic. It ain't my fault that the buyers can't be arsed to read them. That's a fair point. If you're thinking about clapping me in irons over the outfits not providing enough protection, I can assure you that they're tailored especially with the needs of blue magic and the blue mage in mind. I'll admit I had to cut a few corners to keep the cost down, but still... It all boils down to whether the soul crystals are genuine or not. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you try this blue magic of his? Come on, mate, don't be shy. Once you've learned your first spell, you'll know I ain't pulling your leg. I'll even let you borrow one of the outfits. Look at this. I look dapper as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. This is a nice look for me. Oh yes, very fetching. You've been getting changed. Naturja and Galhilja have been luring over a nice cooperative baby cracker to teach you water cannon. The bait's been laid, so one should turn up any minute now. Run away! Run away! That's one bit on the big side there, lads. Not to worry, all you have to do is get a few licks with the patented blue magic focus, or stick if you prefer, and our tentacle friend will return to the favor by firing possibly quite painful jets of water at you. Oh, and try not to die. I will say, blue magic in this incarnation, really in most incarnations, is fucking fascinating. Because basically the way it works is, you just gotta... I know he was kind of being hyperbolic and a little bit comedic, but that's pretty much the extent of it. You just get hit a shitload and hopefully don't die, and if you somehow survive, you learn the spell. I am literally beating a fucking giant squid with a stick as he buffets me with fucking water. For hours, apparently. It's just hours. And some say the warrior of light was never heard from again. Impressive. After that little escapade, you should be able to fire your very own water cannon. By the by, you don't, strictly speaking, need to be struck by the magic you're not trying to learn, but that'll probably happen whether you wanted to or not. In some cases, repeatedly. As long as you're the one the beast's after, its power should be yours, assuming you can defeat it. You see, this is what most people don't realize about becoming a blue mage. When you start out, you're like a blank slate. It takes a fair amount of recklessness, I mean bravery, to stare these creatures down and look into their souls. It's a shame that not all of my customers have your determination, but that's hardly grounds for calling me a fraud. You don't think he's telling the truth, do you? Now that's settled, I'll have my wares back if you don't mind. What's that? You still don't believe me? To be honest, mate, I don't know what more I can do. Tell you what, why don't I just give you a soul crystal, outfit, and spellbook for free? That way, a fully fledged blue mage, you can act as living proof of my innocence. Sound fair to you? Actually, yeah. Sounds great to me. I love it. So, generally have no effect on your attributes. However, equipping armor and accessories will boost your touch. Will greatly increase damage for your offensive magic. Illusion blue magic gear, placement purchase. Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and turn this on. Yeah, like I said, it's a very contentious class. Some people hate it, my wife included. I personally really enjoy it. I think it's, number one, hilarious. And number two, a genuinely different experience, which is... Novelty in and of itself is not enough of a thing to make something worthwhile, right? But when you ascribe value to something, novelty is not the worst thing in the world. Like, it's different, right? It's definitely different. And I get why some people don't like it for that reason, but I do, so. That's all you get from me. Let's reset set number 2, 18. I've talked about this at length before, but if you're curious about how to make some of these macros, they are incredibly easy to do. Question is now where to put this one. I suppose I'm not overly bothered with Summoner. I'll need it, but not as much as Blue Mage. go. Well, I suppose you'd better show this yellow jacket that you're getting smacked about by a mad kraken. Wasn't a waste of time after all. Just take an aim at Latoul Jaw and fire off a water cannon. Is Latoul Jaw okay with that? If anyone knows how a proper blast feels, it's him. God knows he's been on the receiving end enough time. This is only way? Okay. Where do you get the Blue Mage spellbook? Cast, naturally. Short cast, cast Addle. Speed. Gotta have that. Performance. Yes. There it is. I hope you guys are not getting all this beeping coming out of my headset. It sure is annoying. I don't know why it does this at times. It just starts beeping its happy little head off. Near as I can tell, you guys don't get it, which is good, because like I said, it's fucking irritating. I think it's when the receiver is out of range. It's just like... It will not stop. It's like an alarm in my ear. It's very obnoxious. Alright, where can I put this? Hunting log. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so we have one spell. There are 124, and I think there's actually more than that, to be honest. So, you know, get busy. What did he say? Please avoid maiming Latoul Jaw too severely. Oh, that's right, I have to activate it. Yeah, so what got the... Ah. Painful yet refreshing. Refreshing yet painful. Not so fast, you blue-haired twit. I'll admit the spell worked as you said it would, but you can't sell soul crystals without adequately explaining the risks. It's irresponsible. Some might even call it deliberately neglectful. You're not under arrest, but from this day forth, you are strictly forbidden from peddling any more of your wares. If I hear you've sold so much as a blue handkerchief, I will hunt you down and throw you behind bars. I really like this quest line. For your aid in investigation, you have my thanks. Fare you well. I don't bloody believe it. I was just beginning to turn a half-decent profit. Well, well, that was quite the show, darlings. Neither black nor white magic, but something new entirely? Blue magic? Yes, it's sure to draw a crowd, as you've amply demonstrated. Who might you be? Name's Royce, and I manage the Celestium in Uldar. It's an arena where daring young souls such as yourselves perform feats of bravery for the audience. Unlike the Colosseum, the vast majority of the entertainment pits man against beast, with the matches being brought to an end before either side suffers any serious injury. While our patrons revel in the thrill of combat, acts of wanton brutality and bloodshed are considered distasteful. Rather than savagery and slaughter, our appeal lies in the persona that our participants assume to add a touch of drama to the proceedings. However, I'm not one to settle for a mere modicum of success. My goal is to make the Celestium renowned the world over, and to that end I have been searching for something truly unique. And that is when word of this blue magic of yours reached my ears. Martine, my blue bundle of crowd-pleasing wonderments. How would you like to be the very first contestant in the masked carnival? It would be an event pitting your magic against a host of bestial foes. Listen, this is serious stuff. I didn't go through all the trouble of learning all these spells to entertain a bunch of gawping spectators. Did you do it to peddle a bunch of bullshit? Paying spectators, my dear. Some of them are quite wealthy, in fact, and you stand to earn rather a lot of coin. Now you're talking my language. I thought so. I say, darling, what are you doing? Where are you going? I was about to make you the same offer. I hate to burst your bubble, love, but my apprentice here is barely taking the first steps on the road to becoming a blue mage. Wouldn't want him to meet a grizzly in the middle of your arena, would we? I think that would rather defeat the purpose. If I only needed warriors to triumph over the pit fiends, I have more than enough already. What warriors you got, lady? This is blue magic or nothing, I'm afraid. If you're not confident in your abilities, I don't mind waiting until you're ready for the battle. Perhaps you could oversee his training between matches? Training? That's one part of the deal. Oh? I'm not asking you to do it for free, my dear. Quite the contrary. You'll pay me for that, too. Consider it done. That's what I like to hear, Martine. Let's get you to Uldar for your costume fitting. Come along. I have to wear a costume as well. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay, so we'll go talk to him in Ulda, which brings us to our next mission. Anyway. As for your illustrious mentor, I believe he should be ready to make his grand entrance any moment now. I'll be honest with you, it's a bit more extravagant than what I'm used to. Color's not bad, I suppose. You look marvelous, my dear. Everyone feast your eyes on the great Azuro. What's that supposed to mean? Well, nothing really, but it lends a certain degree of panache to your stage persona. No offense, darling, but the great Martine does not have quite the same ring to it. You'll be playing the role of an enigmatic nobleman who deigned to grace the Celestium with his outlandish magic. Oh, what are my manners? I never asked your name. Sir, we should come up with something a little bit more inspiring before you step into the arena. Yeah, how about Warrior of Light who saved the entirety of Eorzea, Ursa? How's that sound, Royce? Ah, yes, I have some information concerning you two gentlemen. As you may have heard, Uldar has a law on bans most members of beast tribes from entering the city. This is mainly to keep out goblin merchants, you see. I have had someone else pour over the documents, and it seems that there's no mention of Mamuljar whatsoever. Meaning you are free to stay as long as you please. Yeah, Mamuljar are not, I would say, an inherently violent people. They are mostly, if they're here, mercenaries. But well, with that, I think my work is done for the time being. Martine, I leave Ursa in your presumably capable hands. Best of luck. I'll admit I didn't think it's how things would turn out, but what's life without a few surprises, eh? So it looks like I'll be guiding you on your path to becoming a blue mage. I get the impression you're no stranger to getting up close and personal with fearsome beasties. But when it comes to mastering the Wallaki's techniques, you've got a long way to go. It's the creatures themselves who'll be doing all the teaching, though. The spellbook will point you in the right direction. Of course, I wouldn't be much of a mentor if I just said, come back when you've got a few more spells under your belt. Seems like you need something specific to aim for. Tell you what, why don't you start by learning Blood Drain? And who knows, it might even come in handy. Oh, it nearly slipped my mind. There are a few spells you can only learn from creatures in the New World. Luckily for you, Gahiljar has brought with him a fine selection of totems infused with their aether to save you the trip across the Indigo Deep. No getting your hands dirty fighting off fiends. Just absorb the aether and the magic is yours. Naturally, we're not going to just give them to you. Since you're still only a novice, wouldn't you be biting off more than you could chew? When you think you're ready, talk to Gahiljar. Gahiljar very impressed by Ursa's bravery and quacking appeared. Now Ursa must impress with skills as blue mage if you want these totems. You heard the man. That's the whole world of spells waiting for you, so go now and start learning. Okay, next one's going to be probably level 5, level 10. Blue Mage we might have to do a little bit differently than I have been traditionally the other jobs, just because of the nature of how it plays out on a level scale. Like, all jobs, technically, yeah, you unlock techniques as you go, right? That's true of all of them. Blue Mage, you unlock essentially vital to the entirety of the class things, and I just can't foresee being able to level this up even remotely enjoyably in the background. I also don't hate the idea of doing bonus streams that are just Blue Mage leveling. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Right now, we're just going to go check for any remaining... Oh, real quick, let's do this as well. Okay, we have Corkscrew. I don't believe this is Reaper, because I believe that is Reaper. Yep. Follow the Gentleman. Yep, that's a whole quest line and a half. Ooh, I don't know if we want to get into that one today. What are we sitting at? Hour 6? That's going to be quite a lengthy one. We'll start off with this one for sure. Oh, this is an interesting one, too. Okay. Amdapor Hardware. Not the Lost City of Amdapor. Wah! We've seen him before. Huh? Well, Sebasong, the famous adventurer. Thank the gods for bringing you here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peyo Reo, one of many faceless adventurers struggling to make their way in Eorzea. Forgive me if I sound bitter. I don't begrudge you your renown. Your superiority as an adventurer was obvious to me long before you became a household name. Our paths crossed near Sasasha, you see. Hard to believe that we moved in similar circles back then. Speaking of which, do you perchance remember having met a conjurer named Edda around that time? We used to adventure together, she and I, and 2 others. Although the group didn't last very long, though. Things fell to pieces when Avery, our leader, Edda's fiancé, met his end at Tamtara Deepcroft. Tara, that was the name of it. Harsh words were exchanged, and we all went our separate ways. Since then, I've been getting by on my own. Truth be told, I hadn't planned on seeing any of my former comrades again, but then this letter arrived from Ida, containing an invitation to her wedding. Now, I know what you're thinking. I should be happy for her, and I was, till I noticed the name of her groom-to-be. It's none other than Avery. What's more, the venue for the ceremony is being held, is to be the Tamtara Deepcroft, the very place the poor fellow died. Something isn't right, I tell you. Now, in the letter, Edda wrote that Liavine, that's the 4th member of our group, had already agreed to attend. They chanced to meet each other recently, from what I could gather. Not knowing what to make of it all, I thought it was wise to consult Liavine, and the whole strange affair began before replying. But last I heard, she joined the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I didn't have the first idea how to go about tracking her down. Not until the great Scion of them all appeared, that is. Could you tell me where I might find her? In the lich yard of the Church of St. Adma Landema. I'm sorry, I don't... slain in an Imperial, did you say? By the 12, I had no idea. When did this happen? What, while the Black Wolf still lived? Then how can it be that Liavine met Edda recently? Gods, I don't know what to believe. If it isn't too much to ask, I would be most grateful if you show me Liavine's grave. We didn't always see eye to eye, but she had a good heart, and if she's truly... Well, I need to pay my respects. Please meet me at the Lechard. So, this is a general thing. Number one, it's funny that Chocobo's just chilling behind us, but also, necromancy, very much a thing, right? That is actually how Ul'dah won out over Silda in the sort of duel between desert nations. I say that as if it was some, like showdown in the streets. It was much more of a geopolitical, there was some combat, but more of a geopolitical war for resources than a, like, you know, like I said, duel in the streets between 2 kings. It wasn't quite that way. But Ul'dah actually got the upper hand by introducing something called... Oh, I cannot remember the name of it. But it was a necromantic potion, which they gave to Silda. And Silda... all those zombies that you see out in the wilderness over there, mostly from them. So... I hear you've been busy as a bee, Ursa. Seems half the whispers that come my way relate to your comings and goings. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in an investigation of some queer rumors, am I right? But before that, let me ask, ever heard of a man named Hildebrand? No. To hear him tell it, he was Eorzea's greatest and most infamous inspector. Still, can't say I'm surprised you don't know him. To To his credit, Hildebrand and his assistant had a knack for showing up when something shady was afoot. As for sussing out the culprits, well, he had his moments, though I hesitate to give him sole credit. Any road, 5 years ago, he gets in his head that he's cracked the code of Messiah's 7th verse. Dalamu, the calamity, all of it can be stopped, he says, so long as he finds the hero of prophecy. And wouldn't you know it, the hero was Hildebrand himself. So he flies off toward Dalamud. That's right, he flew, launches himself straight into the air somehow, ridiculous as it sounds. Of course, it's only logical that he's going to come back down, though it was only recently that we found his body. Bad reason for bringing this up. Right. So, Nashu, Hildebrand's erstwhile assistant, has since become an inspector in her own rights. At present, she's investigating the queer rumors I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So when I hear her say that she's at wit's end, I want to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. So if you are willing, I'd be grateful if you lent her a hand. As for where to find her, she's like to visit Hildebrand's grave in the Lich Yard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there first. Seems like a good place to start. Okay, what are they doing today? Jumping jacks? Yep. The sinking is impressive, I will say. We will come back for the pugilist. And damn, puggling. Oh, this is going to be so satisfying. Not having to go up that windy staircase bullshit. Just right up. I don't know which is which here, but we'll start with everyone's closer. Yep. I remember I got to sneeze. Someone's been knocked over in the earth before it disturbed. So this is where poor Olivier all night lies. What's the meaning of this? Not only is her grave defiled, her body's gone. Who could have done this? Oh no, could it have been Edda? The more I think about it, the more it makes what I was going to say sense, but gods. I will try to explain. To the rest of us, our little party of 4 was but a means to riches and glory, such things as adventurers seek. But to Edda, it was her life. She blamed herself for Avery's death, and to our shame we agreed with her, though we knew full well we were all to blame. And then we left her where she stood with her fiancé's head for company. How could we haven't we been so heartless? Small wonder if the poor girl had been driven from her wits. But what's done is done. All we can do is admit to our mistakes and make amends as best we can. Avery is gone, and so Liviane, but Edda refuses to accept it. She won't let go of the past. I know not what she means to do in Temptada, but it can lead to no good end. I will attend this wedding, try to restore her to her senses. I would be much reassured if you could accompany me, Ursa. As Avery once did. Who does Edda look up to you? She must listen. She may not listen to me, but she may yet heed the words of someone she admires. And failing that, no, it doesn't bear thinking about. If we hurry, if it need not come to that, please meet me at Temptar Deepcroft. Together we'll put an end to whatever madness Edda is planning. Sounds like a plan. That'll be cool too, because after that we can start the quest line for House of the Dead. Oh, if only we're still alive, Inspector. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there. Could it be? You've come to offer your services to me? Does that tell every stranger that you... Oh, okay. Oh, but what are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. One sec. Trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildebrand was a great man, a real Eorzean hero. We traveled the world, me and him, solving cases and thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the Inspector to solve it with grace and style. Oh. She looks so genuinely sad there. Oh my gosh. Then there was the final case. The case of the century, he called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. To save us all, he flew into the sky. All I could do was watch. But then he came back down, and he... Oh. So these two are a holdover from 1.0. Yet again, very contentious content here. I personally find it entertaining. I will not at all gainsay people who say that they're annoying. I can see it. I personally find it amusing, but... This is all a joke. A big funny joke, right, Inspector? Any moment now you'll burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. Hildebrand Mandeville, beloved son. They say that no one remembers the Warrior's Light. Their names, their faces, all gone forever. But I remember you, Inspector. No, gentleman, hero Hildebrand. I can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. I, Nashu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nashu, there must be a leader, a head zombie, who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him again, that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is, how to find him. But now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea that I've come up with so far. If you go where the dapper zombies were last seen in southern Thanalan, you might find them. And then you could, you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yes, that should sure to work. Uh-huh. When does that ever work? I mean, never not work, I suppose. Ooh, we got super lucky here. I was like, let me just see if it's there. Because it's a fate, so it's not always guaranteed to be there by any stretch. We got super fortunate because it's right here. This fate goes even if even if you don't have this quest. So this brings into question a lot of the things that I was just talking about how most of these zombies are a holdover from Sylvan society, which is again a sort of parallel Ulda. Like in a different turning of events, they would have been the Ulda, and Ulda would have been the Silda. But Uldans were clever, and a lot more, quite frankly, ruthless than Sylvans. I love Ulda, I love Nanamo, but yeah, her people were fucked up. And this is still a holdover from that more brutal time. Keep in mind that this was the dawning of the, or still sort of getting out of, I suppose, the calamity for previous. So, yeah, they were still trying to figure out who they were as a peoples. Do not disturb our practice. Gentleman is rather than does. I feel bad because they're really not fighting me in any way. Should be good here. Be gone, villain. Leave me and the gentle dead in peace. The gentle dead, that's quite funny. Got his parchments. Is this what my wife has open? She's got helping hand and I didn't even know that was an option. Okay. Interesting. They say reduced rates isn't how much someone that I actually personally care for, so but that's fine. Just curious. Alright. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me, you'll see. So tell me, what did you learn? Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends? That's a shame. But this parchment, this is a map of the Sagoli Desert. There's a spot marked here in the south, and look, there's something written here. A gentleman is rather than does. That sort of reminds me of, well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistants. Onward to the Sagoli. Let's go. Really hope you guys have been enjoying this game. I know we get a lot of people who watch the streams after they go live, which is totally fine. That's why I created a playlist for you guys, just rough drafts. Appreciate all the support, especially people who stick around, and they seem to be watching a fairly good percentage of it, which is also very nice to see. It means that hopefully I'm doing something you guys enjoy seeing. Okay, so I was flying over, flying, you know, on my winged mount. Couldn't help but notice there were some things down here when I was flying. Almost. I don't have the hunting line anymore. It's like, yeah, the hunting line. Let me check. Oh. I don't think I misread the map. Mayhap they're just shy, though. I say we call out to them and let them know we come in peace. When the leader shows himself, we strike. Who summons the gentle dead man? They live, and we hunger. My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! No, it's an airship! No, it's the inspector! We hear and we obey. It is you. It really is you. I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? My name is Zombiebrand, devourer of brains, undead overlord extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord. You're a gentleman inspector. Inspector, overlord, inspector, overlord. Oh, Inspector, you just confused us all. Don't worry. I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours, and with the bombs. Stay your hand, milady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of the blast is more than likely to liquefy my... If crashing into the ground made you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See, even if you acknowledge the possibility this plan will result in my... death! As I said, very contentious content, but I find it very funny. Look at him. I mean, it's so stupid. And it's meant to be. It's just slapstick humor. And sometimes slapstick humor is okay. I'm glad the whole game isn't like this, but I'm also glad this exists. Normally, I would applaud your ingenuity, Narshu, but I have preferred that you found a more elegant solution. Ah, he remembers me! Inspector Hildebrand remembers me! Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Oh, hang on. Get a little echo. So as I mentioned, Hildebrand and Nashu were pretty big turning points in the 1.0 storyline. I could do an entire video on that, but I would have to use other people's footage as I was not present for that. So, but I do know that they were pretty big figureheads in that. So. Gonna be struck by lightning. I haven't done this particular quest in years. It's fucking Nimmy and Lily on his head. Oh, such a wonderful dream! I slew a dragon and... What is this place? And for that matter, who am I? I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Could he perhaps be one of my many admire? Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears, this dizziness, could it be a case? Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot. Only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha! The Sagoli Desert, I'd bet my life on it. Which means Uldar is a short trek away. Yes, it all fits. Only the den of iniquity could be so violently trigger my keen investigative sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizens. Inspector Hildebrand shall soon deliver you from evil. And now he is running off, half naked, into Uldar. You know, as one does. There's a quest here, but okay. So, we have a couple of different options. I say purely for my own benefit later, we're going to continue pursuing the Hildebrand quest line at least until there is a reasonable reason to stop. Because if I'm going to do it at all, it's easier to cover it all in one clip. So. That will take up a significant chunk of the rest of our day, sadly. But, you know. Carrying on. Carry on, carry on. Don't really have a time limit for stream today, because I did get off fairly early. But. Beg your pardon? You wish to question me as to the whereabouts of the deviants running around about town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter for the Mithril Eye? I do not consort with perverts. She implying that she should know because she's a reporter, or that the fucking reporters are consorting with perverts? Because that seemed to be the implication to me. What? You're looking for a half-naked Highlander with what likes to catch criminals? I think I remember looking at a thing like that. If you do manage to find the inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about that goddamn duelist. My mate's pa's cousin's kid's best friend lost his blade the other day to that bastard. Sorry, lad, but if the information you want, you'd best be served by going to Wyman. The only rumors I've heard about are those about the weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist, so I hear. But when you don't allow your opponent to refuse, well... The duelist. Think you've dealt with the zombie problem, eh? So do tell, just why were they dressing up like dandies? Wymond! Hey, Wymond! God almighty, bugger me with a bleeding spear. The dead have risen in there, walking in the streets of Uldar. No need for the melodrama, my good man. As you can see, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true, he's not a zombie. I checked. How did you check? Wait, how did you check? Anyway, you seem to be hale and healthy, which begs the question, how in the seven hells did you survive that fall? Why question divine providence? What matters is that Eorzea's champion has returned, and that he, and by that I mean I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, did you? Might be harder than you think. Even I've got no inkling of about the fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable! I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable Wyman is without a single shred of information, even one of a dubious relevance. Well, I make no promises, mind you, but there was some talk of a fair maiden who said her most. This knave assaulted a young woman as well! The audacity! I should fly to her side Why, if it isn't the gentleman from Sagoli! Did he just notice I was here? A serendipitous encounter indeed! Unless you too seek to the belligerent duelist. Capital! I will be invigorated to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nashu, we must away! Damn it, Hildy, I ain't told you the lass's name yet. Just gonna go accost random women. I mean, I'm joking, but he absolutely is gonna do that. That's absolutely how he's going to handle this. Well, Ursa, might as well go after him. He'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question's name is Yellow Moon. She's a woman with taste of finer things. Safe to say you'll find her getting fitted for something in the Weavers Guild almost every day. Good luck with the inspecting, Inspector. So, little fun fact here. This is why I do the yellows, because this is not one that I covered, but Yellow Moon's husband is actually right over here. He is a busker for the Gladiators Guild. He's a Lalafell. And he puts out little flyers that the Gladiators Guild, whoever knows what on the current docket for Gladiators Guild, right? That's his job. And Yellow Moon is his wife. She doesn't work. She spends all his money. That's his complaint. Listen, it's their marriage. I'm not judging. But that's his complaint. But this is him right here. Bobo Nima. This is Yellow Moon's wife. Or I said wife. Husband, excuse me. Yellow Moon is his wife. Which is a little fascinating thing like that. Like, is that important to know? Absolutely not. But it's an interesting little bit of development. Other fascinating thing is so there's obviously two different sub-races of each individual race, right? Rogadins have two naming conventions in their names. They're either going to be something like Miralwib Lofuswin, which every single every single 3-stack is basically, holy shit, a subset of a noun, almost like Japanese, right? So, Miralwib. Those are 3 separate ones, and each one of those means something different in the ancient or original Rogadin language, right? And then there's the other kind, I cannot remember their name, but there's the Sea Cats or something, the Sea Dogs, and then the Hellborn, I want to say. The Hellborn, which are typically of darker skin and more mountain rugged folk, they typically have, if it's a female, a color and then an aspect of something. And then if it's a man, typically not so much a unit of measure, something topographical, right? Like wide valley or deep chasm or guttural spring, right? Something like that, you know? Just fascinating little bit of naming convention there for you. Anyway, Yellow Moon. My beloved pure heart was unlike any wand you've ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you? A priceless possession, callously ripped away from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could hear this clarion call and not beg the honor of a championing her cause? What in the world? I swear to you here and now, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall scour all creation, from the deepest pits of the 7 hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for your pure hearts. What he said. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the theft? Thefts, sir, to be precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain it had to do with when I left home the other day. After I borrowed the latest fashions of the sun silk, the latest fashion of the sun silk, and took a match at the Colosseum, I realized it was gone. So the time and location of the thefts are unknown, essential details without which we cannot solve the case. There's but one logical course of action, Miss Moon. To coax the hidden clues from your memories, we must reenact the fateful day's excursion to the Sunsilk Tapestries. Are we taking her with us? Okay, guess not. Why are we reenacting her trip without her? Because I don't know what the fuck she did. This and many questions will not be answered. Oh, boy. Oh, she's here. Okay. Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail on the day in question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that to a complete stranger, I ask you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse in shock, not intentionally on his foot, and he cried out in pain and fled. Don't be so bold, Miss Moon. That strikes me as the most unusual happening. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Colosseum and see what you remember. What are these crates that keep following us around? Like I said, I don't remember this questline. I'm not being cheeky. I just don't remember. Is this like a fucking Metal Gear Solid thing where I'm being followed by 3 people under crates? Because they're not subtle about it. I mean, look at this. What the fuck is this? Once again, Miss Moon, if you'd be so kind as to tell us what you remember. Well, like I said before, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day, and I was debating which match to observe when a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback. I whirled about and struck the man in the face with my purse, in shock, not intentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 6 pounds, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 pounds! Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. She said 6. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion. There sure are a lot of giant crates at Uldar. The Weaver's Guild, Songster Tapestries, and here too. These crates are everywhere, Ursa. I wonder what's inside. But I don't see how we can open... Oh, of course, I still have plenty of explosives. Here, why don't you try? It'll be fun. Love to. I love that this is now canon. Ursa Bearsong took on the role of Black Mage, and ever since then has been obsessed with explosions. Yeah, that do it. Oh, have mercy. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, for a shepherd leads his flock. I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes his feelings only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior and a man. Resenting her prowess, whilst recognizing his weakness, he carries out a most feasible vengeance. He robs Yellowmoon of her weapon, the Pure Heart. Inspector, we found the Pure Heart. These strange men sneaking around in town wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves. We're devotees. Yellowmoon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm, and should she misplace an item from time to time, we'd collect it for safekeeping. Nothing untoward. You deviants were behind all the thefts? All this time you've been stalking me? What nerve? Such unbridled fury. Such righteous indignation. It's Perspiring Man. Sorry. I just read his name, which is Perspiring Man. These people need to... What is this expression you kids use now? Touch grass? They need to go outside and touch grass. That's what they need to do, because this is not good. Like, they're over here essentially stalking this woman in boxes, sweaty. Such an unbridled fury. Such righteous indignation. We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Oh, yeah, they're definitely way into her. That's the thing. Goddess? Devotees? Ah, but of course, that I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed! As I elucidating a moment ago, these fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of weapon thefts, as... Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Lest you forget, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combats. Your power of observation is not as great as you claim. You should have deduced that those buffoons in boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie, and I've been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildebrand, gentleman investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You're looking well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist victims? I'll introduce you, with pleasure. You would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship. Yes, very good. The man's name is... Oh, and then he runs off. Where in the bloody hell do you think you're going? I haven't even told you anything yet. So, fan theory. Just came up with it right now. Hildebrand rushes off because he can read minds. That's why he's so good at this, even though he's an idiot. Got it. Is that effervescent water? Oh, it's filtered water. It's still nice. I suppose you're the imbecile's friend. You intend to help him. The man who you want to find is named Humphrey. Present, he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what will happen when he discovers that the victim is a perpetrator as well. So, interesting thing here. The Golden Bazaar is one of the newest settlements that they're trying to get up and running in Old But over here, the Invisible City is, I believe, an old Sylvan city. I could be wrong about this. It's certainly crawling with zombies, so it seems reasonable. Is an old Sylvan city, and I think it might be one of the sites that was initially used as a testing ground for the olden alchemical potion that created the undead. Could be wrong about that part, but I'm relatively certain that's accurate. And just to say, like, Old fucked up that they did that, but Silda was, by all rights, probably not the best place either, so... Can't exactly say I'm sad. Hi, I'm Humphrey, and you are? At last, I've caught up with you. You there, young sir. I am told you are a victim of the marauding duelist. A victim? You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. I had defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Well, it was nothing compared to what I faced in Cartoneau. Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left of us. Stuck in the middle with Master Lou, we were. Core, he was a dab ham with old magic, he was. I tried to save him, of course, but there's a limit to how many giant beasties a man can... That man is no warrior of lights. No kidding. Tell them, Elazar. Tell them how he lost and surrendered his sword that was not his own. Liar! Scoundrel! Trusted that bastard with me father's blade. Bid him take it to the smithy for restoration. Gave him gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, sniveling, begging forgiveness for losing it in a duel. As if that's enough to set things right. Look at me, you bleeding horse, and look at me! Me flowing golden locks are no more. I've gone bald from the stress and heartbreak. I swear to everything holy that you'll face a reckoning if you don't bring her back to me. All right. He beat the shite out of me and took the old man's sword. I used the gil to pay a Chirigo... I never know how to say this damn word. Chirigurian. I have no idea where he or the sword is. What am I supposed to do, huh? I can't give him what I don't have. Unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people? Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy not your own, then you beg others to help you with your problems of your own making. You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector? And what of Elazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man he has wronged? That's a fair point. We should begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. You're going the wrong way. The Golden Bazaar's that way, sir. Oh, man. He walks off randomly to, like, the cathedral. Antique swords. Oh, I haven't forgotten about that. That traveling merchant, Jojo Pana, is the one who wants to speak to. Assuming he's hasn't left. Elazar's sword wasn't too much to look at, but at least it was authentic. More than a few collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics. That boy should be ashamed of himself, robbing poor Elazar, Pride's family heirloom. Just goes to show you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters, a lot of them. It may be the most honorable solution, but maybe you should consider giving Elazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him peace in his final days, would it be so wrong? Fucking mustache. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword. At least not of one I can guarantee to be authentic. You see any wares I determined to be of dubious origins, I immediately discard to the spring in the east of Camp Bone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I have disposed of a similar design to the one you described. This presents a quandary, though I am loath to deceive an honorable man like Eleazar. A well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus spurn the rejuvenation of his glowing golden locks, whilst we continue to search for the genuine article. Well, if there is a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the most convenient spots for sources for fresh water of the common folk, Camp Bone. You should endeavor to be more optimistic, Miss Ellie. Like me. I say we search the spring first before declaring it all to be lost. Another fair point, sir. Oh, we can actually fly over it now. Look at this. So this is the invisible city. As you can see, there are a lot of rotting nobles here. Rotting nobles, fallen nobles, whatever the case may be. And then that... Oh, I don't recognize that symbol. I was going to say that seems Sylvan to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I am correct on that. I'm not going to definitively say that that is correct. But once you unlock flight, you really do get a lot of really interesting stuff you can look at all of a sudden. I get caught up just flying around looking at new shit. Whew. Gosh, I'm progressing Hildebrand. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this. It's a long one. It occurs to me that I am not fully recovered from my accumulated injuries. It should not be prudent to immerse my body in water. How about first coating it with liberal applications of salamander oil, that is. Indeed, on many occasions, my dearest mother tended my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? But you can assist me by pouring the oil all over my body. Let's get you lubed up, my guy. I'm ready. Ah, this comforting scent, as though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries. Knead the oil into my aching flesh. That's interesting. Just rubbing down a half-naked man in a suit. Ah, the pain multiplies manifold. Gently now, gently. Oh God, yes, at last. My muscles slacken and soften. The warmth spreads and the pain becomes pleasure. Don't know how I feel about this. He's making it weirder by the second. Right there, yes, keep doing that, just like that. Just, yes. Now, once more with feeling. Ah, never before have I received such splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring. You as well, my good man. Hi. Alright, the pots. I think the pot's going to come into play, if I recall. A pebble. Cool. And a bottle. Probably poison, because it's usually poison. It says muddy bottle. Let's see. One sec. You've been productive. Excellent. May I see what you found? Should be done a lot, honestly. No sign of the sword Judge Opener mentioned, I see. Ah! Now I'm all wet. What was that anyway? Did something cause you to? Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search the section of the spring was a stroke of. It's a very violent sneeze. Inspector, it's perhaps for your help to conduct investigations in those clothes. I'll go to Ulda and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you, Nashu! While you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Elazar as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Is it not wonderful, my friend? Soon all of Elazar's woes will be no more. I love that. I'm going to say canonically, Hildebrand is actually a good inspector. He just has ADHD. He just keeps getting sidetracked, and it feels like me when I'm not trying to do something. One second. Look at brandishing a sword. As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade. Ah, it is her. Every chip and scratch, just as I remember. God's best, you, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without thought of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. 'Tis common enough if you know where to look. The gentleman recognizes the good in every soul, and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Spectre, I brought you a change of clothing. I also brought a supply of tonic from this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Excellent work, Nashu! If you would just come bring me that case. Inspector Hildebrand. There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from an adoring admirer? The author neglected to pen her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering? No, it's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. He's so excited. A challenge for me! Oh, at last the curtain rises. Very well, if I am to duel the duelist, I must dress for the occasion. Shine. I don't know what kind of light aspected aether bullshit was in that tonic, but that shit is crazy. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, accept your challenge. He's incredible. So bold, so majestic. Just like a warrior of light. No, a gentleman of light. He is exceptionally something. For Inspector Hildebrand, you look amazing! Is that a Fantasia potion? Canonically for me now, that's a Fantasia potion. Little fun little question here for you. Does Fantasia reverse aging? Because it can reverse the signs of aging. So could you use a Fantasia potion to live forever? This is far from the strongest of swords. Blue skies and rolling deserts. How much longer must I seek the blade of legend? Love his jammies. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponents. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. What you wish to do with weapons? Not wits? This bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried in the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of, oh, no, it's gone, never mind. The fucking Kobolin in the background. That was so... Oh, okay, carrying on. Perchance you are curious about the duelist's declared targets? If so, it happens I have identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of an Ishgardian noble's collection, or was, I should say. No, it has not yet been stolen. It has been purchased by an Olden collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I not to investigate her. And should the duelist strike whilst I'm present, well, I hope I needn't explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Integrating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though. Ingratiating. I'm told she is a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I'm also told that she has a fondness for rare flowers. The sort, Tutusi and Camp Drybone sells. You can come along if you like. Okay. We are going to leave that particular thread there, because that seems like an excellent place to leave off. We will continue the Hildebrand quest line. Sometime. Not guaranteed it'll be next bonus stream, but it'll be eventually. Okay. So, threads that we do want to pull then are going to be... I've decided, basically because this shit's going to take so long, I've decided to include the Primals and the raids as part of the MSQ streams. Because, they're, again, to me at least, they really are required for story. And I think most of it is now. I really think they just make Bahamut also required for story, and then just call it done. Because to my knowledge, he's the only one that is not at this point. The Crystal Tower raid's been required since, I think, Shadowbringers. And they recently, I think, required all the Primal fights as well be required, so... Those are fairly easy these days anyway, but all the same. Alright, Pugglist. Every day I'm puggling. Are you shaking your head at me? Ah, you're back. None worse for the exertion. Youthful vigor's a truly blessed thing. If you want to become strong, you mustn't neglect your training. Indeed, a pugilist is only as good as the number of strikes he's dealt. So get out of there, Ursa, and let your fists fly. When the time is ripe, I'll teach you something new. There's no limit to the potential of youth. I look forward to seeing you come into your own. Ha ha ha! You've been training hard, Ursa. I can tell by the lightness of your steps and the strength in your fists. I reckon you're ready for the next lesson. But before we begin, some warming-up's in order. For this, I've scattered some gil across Uldar. I want you to run around the city and pick it all up. Now, that's my money lying out there, so I want you to go about it like there's an Amalja warband on your heels. In other words, I want you to sprint. Of course, you can't go sprinting indefinitely. Your body needs rest to rest a while between each burst. This may sound elementary, but I'm telling you to demonstrate a point. As a pugilist, it's essential that you learn to pace yourself in the fights, else you're liable to get worn out, and when that happens, the fight's as good as over, and you'd be sorry if you had bet on yourself. Let's see here. Apparently this is going to be hard to find. That's interesting. We'll come back for that. Scattered gill. Let's see here. Oh, see some. I feel like he's just having me rob people. That or he just needs me to find him money. I was like, go find me 50 gil. Don't come back till you do. Let's find the other two. I see one. Take a bite of it. I'll take that one on later. That's an interesting quest. I just remember that. I was like, why is this yellow, but it has that arrow? That one's a yellow that would have more to it. We will be doing that one. But I don't want to take it today, because then this would be more annoying to split around. So it's just in the room. It's in the room. You just chucked that one from where he's standing. 500 gil. Crikey, this is good for a week's worth of... I mean, well done, Ursa. Now that you're all warmed up, we can see to your lesson trial, to be precise. Take yourselves to Scorpion Crossing in Western Thandleton. There you'll find 4 large stones. The trial stones, they're called. I want you to deal each of those stones a solid boot shine combo. The impact will arouse the earth sprites that sleep within, which you must then defeat. If you find yourself hard-pressed, there's no shame in running away. You'll still learn the ropes after all. Once you've gotten your wind back, you can hurl yourself into the fray again. Remember this, strikes break down opponents, but it's your footwork that keeps you standing. Now off you go, Ursa, and good luck. That seems like decent advice, actually, considering I'm pretty sure you just have me rob half of the city. Okay. Oh. Trying to eat with one hand and fly with the other. Harder than rock. I just love that this is like the second time he sent me out in the field. But for start, he was just like, hey, go steal some money. And then he was like, hey, go punch some rocks. Roger, great start. I'm assuming next I'm going to be beating up his bookies. That's going to be my next mission. Beating up his bookies and or buying him liquor. I suppose my first introduction with him, he thought I was buying him a prostitute. So, be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink. Be right back, Travis. Okay. So you've given the earth sprites what for? Well done, Ursa. By smiting stone and earth, you forged unyielding weapons of your fists. You're a nigh endless font of vigor, Ursa. Just like myself in my younger days. Is he dying a black young? Long? Oh, I know this kid. This must be the promising recruit you've been talking to me about. But of course he's promising. He's training under Hammond Holy Fist. That's our Master Hammond. Ursa, I don't believe I've introduced to you my assistant yet. This is Chuchuto. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. As introduction, I serve as Master Hammond's right hand. Though there's still much and more I have yet to learn. Together, let us strive for mastery of our arts. I think this might be a woman, actually. Chuchuto joined the... Yeah, that's a woman, okay. Chuchuto joined the guild soon after I was made master. She's my very first student. As a matter of fact, well, there was one other, to be sure, but... Let's not dwell on the past, Master. It was Ursa's bright future we were discussing. Which reminds me, did you collect my gear from him? My gear is rather worn down, and I need money for repairs. Yes, Ursa's future with us is bright indeed. If he keeps up his efforts, he may well become the next Holy Fist. Train hard, young one, and grow strong. If the time's ripe, I'll have another lesson for you. Ha ha ha! So, Critical Role, Chetney Pockapy. That's what this man reminds me of. He just keeps coughing. I feel like he's going to die any minute. I'm going to just keel over dead. That might be the end of this questline. If it is, that will be hilarious. I'm sorry, it just would be so funny if he just keels over dead in the middle of the questline. Ah, there you are, Ursa. See, you've been training hard as ever. Your eyes are starting to have the sharpness of a predator about them. Last time, you learned the basis of combinations. Today, I would have you build on that knowledge. I've set up 5 wooden dummies outside the guild along the merchant strip. By way of a warm-up, I want you to deal each a solid boot shine combo. Oh, and don't mind the townsfolk who've gathered to watch. Was he charging admission to see me fucking punch shit? It actually kind of looks like he might have. And these wooden dummies for your wrath? Good, now we can move on to your next lesson. When you first came to us, I taught you combinations make a pugilist. What you need to know next is not a hodgepodge of strikes makes a combination. There's an order to things, a natural flow from one technique to another. Today I would have you practice one of the most elementary combinations of pugilist arsenal. It goes like this. Lead with a swift boot shine combo. Keep your foe off balance with a true strike. Then bring it home with a blistering snap punch. With practice, combinations such as this will become second nature. They must if you expect to become an accomplished pugilist. Now you'll need some opponents to practice on. The kidder that infests the rat's nest in central Thandela not to serve. Hit them with a snap punch 3 times and we'll call it a lesson well learned. Okay, what do we got here? I have to prime them on this, because otherwise I kill with one shot. There we go. Damn it, he did die. Oh, there we go. Just try not to one-hit KO him. So the monk, I've never done. I have seen hardly any of the abilities for. I've looked through over my wife's shoulder at like 2 of them. I was expecting more Dragon Ball Z references. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of them. But we'll get in there. We'll see. Okay. Ha! Already mastered the snap punch combination? Crikey, so you're natural at it, just like I was. Not to brag, but I happen to be a veritable storm of flying fists when the mood strikes me. I treat your demonstration here and now, except I am liable to tear down the entire guild in the process. Master Hammond has a penchant for regaling us with tales of his exploits, but these never amount to a demonstration. His favorite is his victory over the fearsome marauder Wide Axe, whom he felled with a combination so swift and seamless, they say you couldn't see his hands, or so the legend goes. Ha 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 ha! That one never gets old! Our dearest master's humility aside, your progress is truly astounding, Ursa. If I don't keep on my toes, you'll likely surpass me in a matter of moons. Just between you and me, Chuchuto's been in a slump of late. It all began when her closest friend and guildmate suddenly up and disappeared. Rurakuta's the lad's name. He and Chuchuto joined the guild together. The 2 of them were born to refugees and were orphaned to the calamity. Not long after I was made guild master, I found them on the streets, starved near to death. Did what any decent man would, took them in and clothed them and fed them. When they were strong again, they were wanted to become pugilists like me, so I trained them as well. Since then, they've been best friends and rivals both, one helping to raise all the other up. Would think we knew what's become of Rurukuta. But we were talking about you, Ursa. You've impressed me yet again. I hope you continue to do so. Keep up the good work, you hear? I'm kind of eating dinner in the background. It's quite crunchy, but it's good, though. Right. Okay. Ah, there you are, Ursa. I hope you've come prepared for a lesson. Today I want you to go and fight the toxic toads that nest at the unholy air. Make no mistake, son, these toads are huge. This means they have a huge guts. But that's besides the point. The point is you need to use your head to overcome them. Thanks to their immense girth, these toads hit hard. Fortunately, they tend to hit wild as well, so bide your time and wait for an opening. And when the opening shows, thwack! Rip and tear through your foe with your fists. As proof you defeated the toads, I want you to bring me back 5 of their legs. Chuchuto will... Is that like one and a bit toads? 1 1/4? Anyway... I'll be waiting for your Black Bus station. Your lesson continues there. Just saying, each one's got 4 legs. I really only need to kill 2. Alright. There was a time, as I'm flying off on my little coral, there was a time where you actually could not fly on every mount in the game. They changed that, which was convenient, but also, how is this cat flying? Some of them make sense. Some of them they did change over. Hang on, let me show you one of them. It's one of my particular favorites. So like this was a mount that didn't used to be able to fly. So the fat chocobo mount, it's a cute little fat chocobo, right? He's overweight, so we got a cabbage, a geisha greens on a stick, and that's his motivation. Well, apparently in order to get him to fly, you need a stronger motivation. So he's got cake on a stick. That's so silly, and I love it. Look at it. Look at him. So dumb. Anyway, back to the mission. So, did you bring me the toad legs? Okay. Last bite I take while I'm not just flying. Okay. Ah, this stuff is alright. Now I just need some butter, a slice of sun lemon, and a pinch of... Master. Ahem, what I meant to say was, yeah, you've done well to defeat the toxic toads, Ursa. For the next part of your lesson, you'll be putting your endurance to the test against... The talk was true. Ham and Holy Fist is really here. Ha ha! I can take a nary step outside the guild without being flocked by fans. Such is the price of fame. Please, sir, I have great need of your legendary skills. Somnus is being smuggled through the Black Brush Station. I reported this to Brass Blades and the Stone Torches, asked them to put an end to it. But they both turned a blind eye. Somnus? That's the mind-warping substance from the Dream Flowers. Those who overindulge are likely to fall into an eternal slumber. A dear friend suffered that very fate. That's why I want to put an end to the smuggling. But I'm just an ordinary person, and there's precious little I can do. Ha ha ha! You've done enough to bring word to me, my friend, for surely as Ham and Holy Fist is my name, I'll see the smuggler scum thrown into the dungeon before the bell is through. 'Well, bless you, sir. You truly are a hero to us all. Ha ha! Slight change of plans, Ursa. In place of the endurance test, we're going to find and apprehend the smugglers. But first, we must gather information. You two, find out what you can from the people of Blackbrush. Report back once you've learned something. I think Somnus might have been the name of that drug slash necromancy thing. One right here, actually. Searching for the Somnus smugglers, you say? What is it they're associated with the Alacron, coalition of cold-blooded criminals? But beware, they always act in an alliance. We'll hear a lot more about the Alacron here in a minute, actually. There's an abandoned Kieran lair a short distance west of Coffer and Coffin. Decent folk tend to give that place a wide berth. Ideal for smuggling operation, wouldn't you say? It appears a silver-haired Lalafell has been skulking about the station recently. He was headed west, bearing a suspicious burden. Oh, is that going to be the friend? Rurukuta? Was that his name? Rurukata? The Alacron, a likely hideout. The silver-haired Lalafell. I don't like the sound of this, not one bit. Like as not, the smugglers operate out of the abandoned Kieran lair west of Coffin and Coffin. We'll lie in wait for them there. The burp was definitely me, but canonically it is now Ham and Holy Fist. It seems on brand. Look at Moldon in the background. Look at that. Hang on. Look at how pretty that is. Sometimes it's nice to just take in the sights, travelers. We'll be in an instance. Those balls, that's... You really outdone yourself this time. Master Wickerfall's bound to be pleased. Save the talk. We have crates to move. Rakuta, is that you, isn't it? Chuchuto and Master, it's been a while. You vanished from the guild with nary a word. We find you here smuggling somnus with these villains. What is the meaning of this? Rakuta, my boy, I didn't teach you how to fight so you could become a pox in society. My students know you must be held accountable. Chuchuto, Ursa, your lesson begins. Apprehend the smugglers. Will do. You lot, take care of these meddlers. Love his hair. Punching shit. Punching. Not there. Why are these squirrels defending me? Back up to a corner here. Hammond, holy fist, just our luck. If you know who I am, then you know what's good for you. Come quietly or there will be trouble. Holy fist, don't make me laugh. You're being fooled, all of you. Who's fooling who? What in the world are you talking about? It was a dark night several moons ago. I was out in the wilds trading alone. From a distance, I caught sight of Master leaving the tavern, turning for the city. Thinking about accompanying him back, I followed on his heels. Was about to call out when I saw this. What's the deal with the squirrels? You would challenge the Holy Fist? You have fighting spirit, I'll grant you that. But don't you do well to know your limits. So be it. Ah! Master? He's like 1,000 years old. You read my every move. You're no ordinary marmot. Master! All I wanted was to be surrounded by scantily clad maidens when my time came. The gods are cruel. What the f... Master, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Now you've seen it with your own eyes. Master was beaten by a marmot. A common bleeding marmot. He would remind us how strong he was every turn, but he was lying through his teeth. God, I can scarce believe my eyes. Wait till Master Wigfar learns of this. I mean, yeah, he's an old-ass man. Look at how old he is. Of course he can't fuck... I mean, the squirrel's a bit overmuch, like, I will say. But, like, I could believe he couldn't take 5 armed men, sure. Forgive me, Chachuto, Ursa. I didn't mean to deceive anyone, least of all my students. Hammond Holy Fist conquered every foe that stood before him. But he couldn't conquer old age. My strength, my reflexes, my endurance, they've all left me. There's nothing more but a decrepit old man. I would be alone for a while, make my own way back to the guild. From now on, you have to do as Chuchuto bids, Ursa. Is it that shocking? Look at this man! They're like their entire view of society has crumbled because the 9,000-year-old man can't fight things anymore. But of course, look at him! That was one of the funniest scenes I've seen here, though. I will say, that was fucking hilarious. That would have been a very comedic episode, I will say. Like, between the Hildebrand and that shit, that was very funny. I've been doing some thinking, Ursa. Well, it is true the Master had been deceiving us. He meant us no harm. Besides, I owe him my life. Had he not taken me in all those years ago, I would have died in some ditch. Could never bring myself to hate him. Even if he were an ordinary man, I would still respect him. Alas, with the truth of his condition revealed, Master Harmon has lost his sense of purpose, his will to teach. I cannot bear to see him like this. I want him to regain his confidence, but this needs to regain his former strength. Listen, Ursa, Master ever said that you remind him of his younger self. Were you to continue showing rapid improvement, I dare to hope that it would rekindle his fighting spirit. To this end, I will teach you a new technique, one which Master Hammond used to great effect during his prize-fighting days. Steel Peak, it's called, and it sees you challenge your gathered chakra into a powerful attack performed with your entire body. Make this technique your own, Ursa, and strive to grow stronger still. When next Master Hammond beholds you, he will surely be moved to action. This dude in the background just pointing. Okay. Oh, it's you, Ursa. Sorry, but I haven't done anything. Oh, haven't done anything to teach you. If ever I did it all. You're far better off treading under Chuchuto. You'll find her ever yonder. Over yonder. Just leave me be. Still a little depressed. Let's see. Yep, still. I think I have it on the one. I'm probably on the other two, at least for now. So, oh, and that gave me another gauge. Gauge, it's like... Should be fine there. Certainly anything. I'm still unclear about what the purpose of this is, right? Because, like, is it off the OGCD? Steel Peak. So it's 180 potency, let me XP on combat. No charges and just switch to combats. I'll have to play around with it, I guess. I was so hopeful that seeing you improve in leaps and bounds would spur Master Harmon out of his doldrums. It would seem more must be done. Perhaps the end result is not so important as the manner in which you get there. In other words, I wish you to train precisely as Master Hammond once did. Overcome the self-same challenges that he did in his youth. I dare say it would stroke the fires of his fighting spirit. Listen well, Ursa. Master once told me that he used to refine his combinations by provoking deadly creatures into unleashing their fury upon him. For this purpose, he often went to the southern part of Drybone to fight the hornet clouds there. But these days, the tree trunks that have he struck to stir the Valken from their hives by the mark of his fists. I want you to seek out those trees, and do as Master Hammond once did. Strike them with a boot-shine combo, and fight the hornet clouds that emerge. Once you have felled enough of the creatures to collect 3 of their stingers, return here and present them to Master Hammond. They will remind him of his better days, I am sure of it. Pizza here. flying around here. Just a quick little aside, too, about the flight. It's so nice. And also, they worked on this, just to clarify, the flight. They worked on this in their free time. The developers did. They wanted flying in the game, so on their free time, they worked on it to put it in the game. Same thing happened with Mahjong. Because they wanted it, so they did it. That's just insane to me. Let me try this out. Hang on. Trying to figure out how this works itself out into the combo. It does seem to be off the OGCD. It's on the OGCD. At least the press the button for chakra button is. I am trying to use my chakra. There we go. Okay. I don't know. This has got to be the most mystifying button because usually when I get a new job, like I kind of understand the goal of the job, like the reason why it has things. So the actual button itself is off the Josie's. So I can use that, but in order to charge the damn thing, you have to waste a GCD. Right? So you waste a GCD to charge this button. Maybe I get more ways of charging it later, but as of right now, I have to waste a GCD to charge this button, and that is weaker than my weakest punch, even unmodified. So it's a barely damaging extra bonus button that is on the GCD, so requiring a button. Why? As an opening thing, sure, but how often do you, like, the first punch you throw is not going to happen super often. So unless that's going to be something better, I might just remove that from my hotbar, because it seems like a waste of fucking time, to be honest. It's like a 1 OGCD for 180 damage. I'm just struggling with that. What is it now? Can't you leave a feeble old man in peace? Those balls, those are hornet stingers. You trained as I once did in Drybone? Ha! Those hornet clouds were right pesky buggers. I fair lost count of the times they stung me, though I remember the places well enough. The pain was nigh unbearable, but I always stood my grounds. Ah, the memories of my younger days come flooding back. What I wouldn't give to relive them. So I want you to fight me right here, right now. Make me remember what it is like to be young again. To have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Okay. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yes, it's starting to come back. Did he level up? He leveled up! Oh my god, he survived a whole punch! Look at him! Look at him go! Look at the old man! Oh, I'm rooting for him. Have you no respect for the elderly? Am I supposed to let him win? He's level 8 now. Is he got the echo? Is his Hammond Holy Fist have the fucking echo? He might! He keeps coming back! And he's stronger every time he comes back! Does he have the fucking echo? I need to know. What the fuck is happening? More, Ursa! Give me more! That's insane! We charge up my useless move. Hang on. Is that it? Hey, he's level 8 now, though. He was fucking trying there. He got a fucking level up! Who the fuck is this man? Gods, I haven't felt this invigorated since forever! When I'm fighting you, it's as though I'm fighting my younger self. Mayhap there's still hope for these old bones. I'll make my comeback yet, see if I don't. What are you doing, old man? Learning how to walk? You're Wegafar Whiteaxe. Ain't none called me that in ages. Nay, not since the day you defeated me on the Blood Sands. Gave up prize fighting after the humiliation, but it weren't long till I found a place near Lacrin. Your boy Rurakuta works for me now. Imagine me surprised when I learned I used to train under the mighty Holy Fist. But Holy Fist ain't nothing but a name these days, so I'm told. How do you sleep at night knowing how flaccid you've become? God damn. Of course, if you were having trouble nodding off, you could always try a whiff of Somnus. I've given me a complimentary sample. But like as not, a doddering old sort like yourself don't ever wake up again. Shut your mouth, Wegfor, or I'll shut it for you. Now, let's be civil for a moment, eh? We're old friends, after all, and friends help each other out. You mentioned making a comeback just now. If you're serious about it, I'd be glad to lend a helping hand. By way of motivating you, how about we have us a rematch? Of course, it'd be made place in public, just like old times. Oh, it should be a fitting purse as well. Let's say the winner gets the pugilist gift. What? That's ridiculous. Master, you're not obligated to take him up on this. Ah, this must be your little nursemaid. Rest assured, after I've taken your guild, I'll keep her on as my personal assistant. Do you really mean to fight him? Have no fear, Chuchuto. Master, I don't mean to put undue pressure on you. But the fate of the guild rests upon your shoulders. I don't believe this. Listen to me, Chuchuto. I know I can do this. I just need Ursa to keep getting stronger. He's been doing so far. Fighting him reminds me of who I used to be. I'm confident I can be that man again. So, I'm sorry, is the Pugilist fucking guild line, the quest line, all just getting this other person trained? I'm training him. Why do I need you? The fuck do I mean, it's funny, but goddamn. You're feeling apprehensive about this rematch business. I don't blame you. I'm not blind to reality. If I were to face Wegafar as I am now, I'd be down for the count in a matter of moments. If not, I'm lying dead in a pool of my own blood. But I'm determined to win, and I can with your help. Your presence sets my fighting spirit to raging, Ursa. So keep your training, I promise to do the same. When you've grown stronger, return here, and we'll both continue our lessons. This is so funny. How Hammond got his groove back. That's what I'm calling this episode. How Hammond got his groove back. Ha ha ha! I swear each time I see you, you remind me more and more of my younger self. At this rate, you'll like to transform into a handsome devil before the moon's over. Now then, I believe you're here to learn. Fortunately, I'm in no condition to teach. This is rather embarrassing to admit, but in my eagerness to prepare for the big rematch, I've overtrained and thrown my back out. Oh! I'll tell you, old age is hells. I fear Chuchuto will have to tend to you in my stead. He threw his back out. Fate of our future. Threw his back out. Seems the prospect of facing his old rival has lit a veritable fire under Master Hammond's backside. I'm so relieved to see that he has purpose again. The trick now is to keep a lid on his zeal, lest he injure himself. But let us speak of your lesson. When you are ready, come and meet me at Little Alamigo. I have a challenge in mind that you are certain to find stimulating. Why did you say it that way? You're not even above my knees. I need you to calm down, Chuchuto. sorry. I've been waiting for you, Ursa. Today, your training will be to prepare Master Hammond's training. I brought with me all sorts of striking dummies, and I want you to deploy them at certain locations. Lest you think this is just to be drudgery, the locations are rife with peril. Your skills will certainly be put to the test. By way of advice, you must approach dangerous fields. Lightness of foot is your greatest ally. Off with you now, Ursa. Go set up the striking dummies. I shall await your return. They're definitely sending me to the four corners of the universe over here. Very glad I got flying before we did this quest line. Am I putting it in the dungeon? Oh, okay. Sunken Temple of Karn. That's similar looking things. What's that? Beladians, not Sylvans. Beladians. I was saying Sylvans earlier. Wow, that's going to need a lot of corrections. Cheeky. Oh. I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. Okay. Probably gonna have to kill at least one or two of these, but maybe not. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, here we go. Getting real close, travelers, to getting the pugilist, and we'll get the paladin. Man, we're going for 3 hours. Probably gonna be at least one more. Excellent work, Ursa. All that's left is to have Master Hammond come and train. What are you doing here? That adventure is a negative influence on Master Hammond. I'm going to see to it he never bothers him again. What are you talking about? This is the best thing that's happened to Master Hammond in years. If you want a piece of him, you'll need to deal with me, too. How does he have, like, control over animals? Like, is he a druid? Legitimate question. Like, every time you see him, he's surrounded by animals. I'm willing to bet he's like a nice kid. He just fell down into a wrong path. So I have to press this button 5 times to power up a blow. That's the worst blow that I have. Bastet, the Egyptian queen. Okay, interesting. Queen of cats or something. Something with cats, certainly. I'm really thinking this guy's like a druid. He's got to be something. I don't understand how he keeps getting cat like summon animal power. That's not a thing. Why, Ruruka? Why are you so bent on bringing down Master Hammond and seeing the guild in ruins? You have it all wrong. I'm doing this for Master Hammond's own sake. It's true I left the guild for the shock of seeing Master in that pathetic state. It's true I got involved with some unsavory types. But where else was I supposed to go? Me, a refugee without guild to his name? But for all the ungrateful things I've done, I've never forgotten how Master Hammond took me in and instructed me in the ways of the fist. This is why I want to give him, to give up this foolish notion of facing Wegfall. You don't know what that man is like. I do, Chuchuto. Should this fighting come to pass, I fear Master won't walk away with his life. It doesn't matter that Master has grown weak and feeble. I just want him to live, even if it means having him swallow his pride. Oh, Rarukuta. Why didn't you just say so? But now that I know your mind, I can say with confidence that you have no cause to fear. Ursa is not the plague that you think he is. It is his will to succeed that's inspiring Master to regain his former strength. When the day of the rematch finally comes, I've no doubt he will wallop that odious Wegfar to the 7th hell and back. I pray you're right, but whatever happens, I know that I cannot help you. Not where I am. Chuchuto Ursa, I leave Master Hammond in your care. Gods, that felt liberating. Trading blows with Rurukuta and learning his true agenda. A great burden has been lifted off my chest. Let us return to the guild, Ursa. You've had your training, and now it's time for Master Hammond's. Yeah, you get the old man to level up. Is he got a limit break? Oh my god, if he limit breaks in the fight. Okay. Sorry about that. Eating that pizza. Alright. Welcome back, Ursa. Told that you kindly set up some dummies for me. But gods, man, did you have to put them in such dangerous places? To make matters worse, Chuchuto's hidden my grog and says I won't see a drop of it till I finish training. How the hell am I supposed to loosen my phlegm now? That girl will make a fine guild master when the time comes. I heard about Rurukuta as well. Of course. For all his shortcomings, the boy has a good heart. But while his concern is touching, I won't run from Wegfar. Not today and not ever. On that note, I'd best get ready for my little jaunt to Alamigo. If I can't face down a few mindless beasts, I'm in no shape to challenge Wegfar. Don't slack off, Ursa, or I'll leave you in the dusty wake. I mean, the only way you're going to leave me in the dust is if you happen to die and get Thanos'd and then disappear. That's about the only way that's going to happen. I'm pleased to say I managed to find and thwack all the dummies. You did well to deploy them where you did, son. Thanks to you, I almost got killed several times. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. and I'm feeling stronger than I have in ages. As a matter of fact, I reckon I'm not far from regaining my former strength. One last step will get me there, and it'll take it by having another bout with you, Ursa. I want you to meet me at the Sagoli Desert, the settlement called Forgotten Springs. The place is home to the most luscious Makote maidens this side of Eorzea. Gods, I can't wait to take in their lovely forms again. They will beat your ass, I promise. Like, the Makote females do not fuck around. You are not the fucking... What the hell is their tribal leader thing called? Oh, I always forget it. It's not Tia, because that's the babies. Where is it? The Dawn? It's not Dawn. It's like Non or... Fuck, he's right here. None. You are not their nun, so you ain't shit, basically. Not to these. These are the Keepers of the Sun. The Keepers of the Moon are a little bit more freeform. They don't give a shit as much. But yeah, at least for tribal Makote females, they have absolutely no interest. This landscape takes me back, it does. Sand as far as the eyes can see. Crystal clear spring waters cooling your feet. Scantily clad lasses giggling as they bathe and frolic. I well remember these things, but my body has forgotten the seamless combinations that earned me the epithet of Holy Fist. That is where I'd have you enter, Ursa. Spawning with you is the first that kind of got me back to the swing of things. Now it's time to finish the job. But before we begin, some warming up is in order. I want you to take yourself across the dunes to the south and defeat 5 sandworms. I'll be waiting for you here. What? Don't I need a warm-up? Oh, don't you worry. I've had mine long before you arrived. Those enormous buggers never knew it hit them. Ha ha ha! If you don't want to be outdone by this old man, you best run along and give them more of the same. He's just trying to wear me out, fucker. Trying to tire me out before he ends up having to fight me. Oh, hang on, you guys. I almost forgot to activate my move. There we go. And a slightly offset punch. Once. And never again this combat. Activate it again. I mean, it's damage. It's free damage, so I guess do it anyway, but why? But why? If you hit from the fucking... Does it give you a thing? Because sometimes I get one, I don't know why. If you do your positionals right, do you get a free chakra, maybe? See that in the traits. Because, like, if that was the case, then that would almost make sense, right? Let's make it a point to actually hit this next position, and we'll see. I'm definitely in a positional there and nothing happens. I think probably I'm just forgetting that I've hit the button. This would be a flank hit. Oh. Oh, so you've seen the sandworms. Marvelous. Now the real training can begin. Thanks to you, I managed to get most of my stamina back. I'm confident that I can go the distance with the fittest of them. But if I'm to defeat Wegfar, I'll need more than just endurance. I'll need to remember how to strike each transition to the next. And you're going to help me refresh my memory by pummeling the sense back into me. Okay, he's level 20. He's been doing some work. Oh, cool, he can't die. I was gonna say, I don't know, do I wait for him to heal? What I call growing pains. It's gonna get all the way to like level 99 or something. I've got it. As a river flows to the sea, heedless of all the bars it paths, so too must our combinations be. All that even rhymes. Thank you, Ursa. The raging torrent of your blows has been a strike as a strike of lightning in my brain case. I remember everything. Master, it's Wakeful. The man is back in Uldon. He's demanding that you fight him now. So it begins. Very well. I will go to settle the score with Wakeful. He will be the first to know that the Holy Fist has returned. This has been a fun one. I will say, this has been a fun one. It's goofy. You know, it's enjoyable. I will say the class had a lot of initial appeal, but tapered off very quickly, not leastly because this is, like, the worst move. I don't know if it gets better. You could double the potency, and it would still be a bad move. That's the thing. Like, outside of... you could triple it, honestly. I think you could triple the potency of this move, and it would still be bad. Unless it had... because it would have to be 5 times more than the next best option, right? In order for this to be a viable move, it would need to be 5 times higher, because you have to press that button 5 times, really 6. So it would have to be 6 GCDs higher of damage. Because the only other time you're going to charge your chakra shit is in downtime. Not every fight has downtime, and not every downtime you're going to have time for that. So it's just... why? On the average fight, you're going to get, like, maybe 3 of those against maybe Ifrit when his nail's up? And why? What? I can't fathom the purpose. I don't want to do this in the Coliseum? I don't have a problem with your fighting, but I have to go in the Coliseum. I didn't expect you to come so soon, if at all. You sure you want to go ahead with this? I'm a man of reason. I'd sooner not have to hurt you. Just give up now, and we can put an end to this mama's farce. You can live out the rest of your days in peace. Yama's mama's farce I see here is the man trying to screw him out of his very own self-wrought challenge. But I'm going to make you the same offer. Walk away, and you won't get hurt. They say Hammond Holyfest is going to perform his legendary technique. Right here on the avenue. Is it safe? Ha! I see old age has robbed you of your wits as well as your strength. Well, if you're so eager for pain, who am I to deny it to ye? Just remember there ain't no going back once your head goes flying. Just like old times, eh, Wagfall? He was briefly very young here. That was cute. Did you see that? Because I sure as hell didn't. He was too fast. This can't be. I refuse to be beaten by this senile old fool. Get your arses out here, all of ye. What the hell did you just smoke? In case you're wondering, that was Pluto. I was, actually. Just a draft of it and your body turns hard as iron. Not even blades can pierce it. Stubborn bugger. Rukuta, but why? I refuse to fight on the side of cheats. Yeah, they're a fucking criminal syndicate, guy. What'd you think they were, saints? Ha, so you're pairs to whatever gods ye keep. By the time I'm finished, not even your mothers will recognize ye. Oh, I was like, oh, well, you know, I knew they were smuggling, drug-dealing fucking criminals, but I didn't realize they were cheats. Lousy cheats. God, you can't be having that. His value system is very suspect. And I still want to know why the hell all the squirrels like him. Like, what's going on with that shit? I will say this move is pretty cool. This armor destruction move. This is pretty fucking cool. It reminds me of Art of... It's probably the only satisfying AoE, or only more satisfying AoE than Art of War. Because Art of War is fucking satisfying as hell. And that might have it beat. So, good news on that one. Let's get back over here. You did it, Master Hammond. You won. Master. No, Chuchuta. We won. This victory wasn't mine alone. Holy fisticuffs. That was incredible. You wiped the avenue with those crooks. I want to tell my grandchildren tales of what happened here. Our work here is done. Let us go home. To the guild. Try to turn my move on. Gotta get in the habit. Can't waste that 2 damage. Oh boy. I'm excited for Monk. Maybe Monk will make that button make sense to me. Listen, if you're in the comments, please tell me what the fuck that's for. It's got a whole HUD game. It's got a whole HUD element. I want to thank you again, Ursa. It's because of you that I was able to rekindle my fighting spirit and conquer my demons. Perhaps even more importantly, Rurokuto's come to his senses. Chuchuto's back to her bubbly self. Please forgive me, Master. I will have no more to do with the Alacrity. I will roam the land till I find myself, and strive to become the greatest pugilist like you. You only just returned. You say you're leaving us already? I don't suppose there is aught I can say to change your mind, but if you ever want for company or a sparring partner, know that you're always welcome here. Ha! Youthful vigor is truly a blessed thing. Go well, my boy. There's no doubt in my mind you'll make me proud. As for you, Ursa, your combinations were a sight to behold, and right painful to receive. In helping me with my training, you've come into your own as a pugilist. You've grown strong, Ursa, but your journey as a pugilist is far from over. To get as far as I have, you'll have to overcome many and more trials and tribulations. Whatever challenges threaten to block your way, I'm confident that you'll be ablaze yourself a path. So long as your spirits burn bright and your fists fly with conviction, there's nothing you can't achieve. I'm the living proof. Forge onward, young one, and create a legend for yourself, never to be forgot. What? Rockbreaker. Oh yeah, that's the combo action, that one thing. Okay. Soul of the Monk. Tell me, do you know Professor Eric? He is a scholar of Eorzean military history, whose genius is second to none. He is among our most valued clients. Some find him to be a bit verbose, tedious, haughty, but never mind all of that. The man spends more gil on Moon's research than most people see in a lifetime. Hence our amicable relations. His latest work has him to visiting the sites of ancient battlefields. He insists on surveying lands plagued by savage beasts. According to him, the beasts keep man away, and less intrusion by man means greater preservation. Whatever his reason, should the professor meet an untimely fate, we will be unable to collect gil he has borrowed, much less the interest. Oh, and it would be a terrible loss to the academic community, and so on and so forth. Yes, yes. The point is that the man needs to be guarded. To that end, I sent a monk of Alamigo to see to his safety. But it turns out the bloody oaf has no work ethic about him, just like an Alamigan. Wow. The professor cannot focus on his work if he feels endangered, so demanded that we assign him a new bodyguard. That's why I'm glad to see you, Ursa. The professor is waiting his new escort as we speak. So I'd like for that to be you. You are yet a mere pugilist. Perhaps this task will provide some insight into what it is monkhood does around here. Make for the Goldsmith Guild and seek out Professor Eric. The professor claims he will pay his debt and fees for his protection once his research is complete. See to it that our investment doesn't end up under the paw or maw of some nasty beast. Hit him with it just like an Alamigan, too. Goddamn. Goldsmith's Guild. The guild. Oh, there he is. Ah, you're my punchy pro manservant, I presume. You should call me Eric. You hope to guard my life even at the cost of your own, and to aid in my revolutionary research whenever and however asked. Know that my primary endeavor is to reconstruct the military histories of old through the ethereal analysis of ancient battlegrounds. I assume the words conjure in your simple mind romantic images of vast plains and open valleys, with armies charging blindly at one another. False. I seek to know where the armies of old were deployed, where they made camp and marched. No doubt you think such lands to be those sung of in the Song of Bards. False. They are here, beneath our very feet. And to find them and determine precisely how events unfolded upon them is my purpose. No doubt you jumped to the chance to aid in my work. Tell me, which of my treatises have you read? All of the... None? Gods, I knew you adventurers had a reputation for being unlettered. Didn't know how you actually made efforts to remain so. It matters not. I require only that you work with diligence, unlike that Watergelt buffoon. Interesting. The man proved to be sloth itself. Alas, he is a monk of Alamigo. I suppose the fool was too busy opening his chakra or whatever it is those barbarians do all day. I admit he seemed keenly interested in my research, but now he's gone off to the 12 nowhere and has yet to return. Do you understand the sheer magnitude of this inconvenience? Good, good. You show that much promise at least, but let us speak more of my work. Our first destination is the Sildar excavation site in central Thanalin. I believe events of great import in the history of Sildar transpired there. Surely if you have ears, you have heard of Sildar. Or are you deaf as you are dull? Very well. I see you require some instruction. It would be remiss of me as an academic to allow you to wallow in such ignorance. Sildar was plunged into chaos in the wake of King Lalawifu's demise, or the King of Springs as he was known. Despite the success of economic reforms, fomented unrest among the people, resulting in violent outbreaks throughout the kingdom. Sildar was sultan at the time, distant descendant, attacked was ordered. And so, irony of ironies, hasn't been for that horse. Hadn't been for... What the fuck is that reference to? Fascinating, is it not? It is enough to convince one things could not have happened in one any other way. No, false. One among my colleagues disagreed with this interpretation of events. He claimed to have evidence suggesting otherwise, but all traces of it disappeared before it was published. By no research shall unearth any such evidence, should it truly exist. I shall know the truth. Granted, you are not the brightest coal in the brazier, but surely a prospect entices even you. And so we make for the Silda Observation Site in central Thanalan. Travel the way before me to see that it is safe, and once there, set up the aethermeter. And should you ever care to know more of Aeolian history, do come and see me. It's a personal crusade of mine to guide the dullards of the realm towards some modicum of enlightenment. Fucking chin and everything, too. There's somebody interested in lore. That would be nice. As somebody who can punch people, that would be not good for you. So, probably gonna avoid that one. The aetherometer. Well done. Now we only need to wait for the aethermeter to gauge the... There are fiends about her, sir. They are often drawn to the lingering sense of blood and death. This is what you're here for. Have at it. Rabisu. Well. The soulful gaze. What the fuck? Am I soul bonding with him? What the hell is happening? What a guilt. So good of you to drag yourself all this way. You pure blind sluggard. Ah, and Ursa. You have far exceeded that admittedly low expectations I had of you. I suppose introductions are in order, far be it from me to deny the realms unread and the comfort of one another one's company. Wildegard, Ursa Wildegard, the monk I spoke of, sent to me by Gagaruna. I tried to make him a pupil of Wildegard as well, but he has little mind for history. His primitive beliefs in the witchcraft of chakra and spiritual energies have a tenacious hold on him. Oh, truly. This is the area where they have been sightings of the walking dead? I have heard the tales. Some claim they have an apparition wearing the garb of an ancient commander. Careful, there are still dangers about. His work is dear to him. That is good. He thirsts for knowledge, for truth. Discovery awakens him. You too have awoken, friend. Can you not feel it? Do not be frightened. Here was a battle long ago. Much energy remains and has found you. It flows through you. Your chakra has been opened. This was the light that shone from you. This is Eric said. Woodregalt is my name. I am a brother of the monkhood. My order is the Fist of Ralga. Our way is to train the body and mind. The fist is our weapon. With it we put down our enemies, and energy within us moves to the fist. The chakra is the seat of that energy. It is a sacred place. It can be opened to the life force within controls. Chakra exists in all that lives, in all beings. Yet not all beings can open them. Much training is needed, and great discipline. With these, the life force can be commanded. There are those who require no training. Their inner strength is such that the forces the chakra open. I've heard of this happening, but never have I seen it until now. I see in you great conviction. You mean to walk the monk's path, and so I will give you this soul crystal, the mark of my order. None but a monk may hold it, and only then when the orders lead. But your chakra is awakened, that is clear, and so you are worthy. Many bore that crystal before you. It remembers them, their breath and their movements. There will one day be yours, but your chakra must open further. Only then can the crystal's memories enter you. This is no more than the beginning. Now you must train, learn to control the life force within you. With time, you will master it. We stand on an ancient battleground. Great war was waged here. The spirit of the fight lingers. The aether reaches for the chakra. It aids in their opening. That is why we monks seek such lands. Eric seeks the lands for reasons of his own. The fates favor you in this. Follow him, your chakra will grow even more. Professor Eric is leaving. Fear not, I will see to his safety. Please, brother, the aether meter. Gather it and bring it to the Goldsmith's Guild. He is way more relaxed and way less funny than I was anticipating. I was expecting, because I knew he wore the yellow jammies. I feel like I'd seen screenshots of him in the yellow jammies. So I figured he was going to come on full-on Bruce Lee, tripping over shit, being stupid and over the top, like Hildebrand. And that was not what I just got. I guess they went with the more monastic style monk, which, in fairness, it is slightly more accurate, but I will say the Pugilist Guild questline would not have prepared you for a very measured monastic self-exploration of the chakras. It would have instead prepared you for an Adam Sandler movie, which this is apparently not. So we're going on with that now. Where is... Oh, that's right, the Goldsmith's Guild. Damn it all. Also, and this is just a little thing, how does White Mage get a dash before Monk? Can somebody please explain that to me? It's a fucking Monk. They do two things. They punch thing, they go fast. Why I have no go fast? Where is my go fast? Again, the White Mage gets it. But I know the Monk doesn't. So what the fuck? Like, Ninja gets it. Ninja gets it back when it's a rogue. I think they pick it up at like level 15. Well, look who's decided to grace us with his presence. Did you enjoy the saunter back? I was just about to begin my analysis, so if you've matters you wish to speak on, I'd ask that you save it for... You brought the aether meter. Excellent. Had a feeling you might not be entirely useless. Now let us see what discoveries awaits. Ruddergod passed along a soul crystal to you. Moved to join the monkhood by that bone-headed Claude, were you? Well, I suppose it is the best that my pupil gets along. But I do believe I will see to you are sent to separate locations for the next round of measurements. And I dare say the land which I intend to send you is fraught with dangers. You had best tread the monk's path quickly if you mean to defend yourself, and me besides. One second. Okay, so we have unlocked monk. So far, very underwhelming. The quest line was hilarious. I enjoyed the quest line a lot. So quickly do this. Chakra gauge expanded. What is it expanded to include? Opening 5 allows... Howling Fist. Okay. Howling Fist. That sounds promising. Let's first move this around, because apparently we have an expansion to it. Did it? It said it had an expansion. I don't see an expansion. Great. Let's see. Steel Peak Mastery. Chakras. Imitation Forbidden Meditation. Let's see. Preemptive. Shadow of the Destroyer. Awesome name. Okay, so this seemed like it was a combo for this. Thunderclap. Or enemy party member. Target enemy or party members. Okay, so this is a gap closer. 2 stacks, but has to have a target. Why? Inspired meditation. Is this the better version of this? Couldn't upgrade it. Too easy. Let's go. Okay, so this is something different. Inspired meditation. Comes Howling Fist. What's up? Chakras. 4-point Fury. Perfect balance. Perfect balance. Each stack allowing the execution of weapon skill requires a certain form without its form being used. Okay. So this is kind of like True North, but for monk. Okay. Grants Formless Fist. Self allowing the execution of weapon skill that requires a certain form without being. Didn't I just get that? Look at something there. Perfect balance. Certain form without being in that form. Okay, that's twice, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, and maybe I just haven't seen it played. But this seems severely underwhelming. Meditation. Okay, that one does upgrade from the other. Chakra. Slightly better. Master Blitz. Strike your animated technique fueled by the power of your beast chakra. Okay. That seems cool. Sure, sure. Riddle of Earth. Burst Reply. Okay. Resolve on taking damage. That seems cool. Sure. Fire. Wind. I don't understand. There's so many of these. Riddle of Earth. This is... So this should become that. So Riddle of Fire. That's going to become... something. Seems obvious that these two are connected. They come out the same level. Riddle of Fire. Brotherhood. Oh, I know this. This is that, it's a buff. Riddle of Wind. Okay. Lighted Meditation. Months. Okay. 6-cent star. Okay. Okay, so that's strong. So level 80, we finally have a move worth a fucking damn. Cool. Oppo. These are just... Yeah, so these are just, oh my god, this is so underwhelming. God damn it. Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. You know, monk mains out there, please reach out. Like, I feel bad for you guys. This is all you get. So you must really have to like the aesthetic to be into this class. And I'm not trying to shit talk it. I really genuinely believe that everybody has a favorite class. And I haven't seen very many monks. But if monk is your favorite class, tell me what you like about it, because I want to know. The story for Hammond was cool. The pugilist guild was cool. But what the fuck does this class have? It's like, it doesn't do that much damage. Cool. It has some utility, which is okay. But like, I'm not seeing the rotation shaping together. At least not in a way. Like, when you unlock Dragoon, it's like, oh, okay, so you spin that, and then you do that. And, okay, cool, cool, cool. And you got the jumps. That's cool. This is just like... And I mean, I guess it's a monk. But it's just like punchy buttons. But they're all the same, basically. The same basic punchy... It's just this, and then this. And then occasionally that. And then this. And then this. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's lost on me. I'll keep trying. I will level up to 50. We'll do it for the class quest, if nothing else. Looks like we're gonna get some fascinating information about old wars for Silda's culture. So for lore alone, we'll do it, and maybe it'll grow on me. It's entirely possible. I'm not holding it against it. We'll see. Like I said, ninja at first didn't really appeal to me either, and then I found myself really loving it. So it's very possible this will grow on me. We'll see. But for right now, I will be right back. I'm running to the bathroom, and then we will take care of the gladiator quest. Okay, sorry. Back to the bathroom, a little break in me. Let's get going. So we have the monk unlocked. Sorry if I was disparaging to the class. Like I said, it's not... I don't know. Like I said, the class is not really speaking to me in terms of like what the flow is going to... At least at 50, right? I can see some potential with this stuff. But yeah, level 50 at least, it looks like it's just going to be a slightly better at hitting things class. And I'm just not seeing that as being particularly engaging. But it looks like it, well, I suppose that makes sense, but it looks like around Stormblood, it looks like it gets interesting. A little bit. We'll see how that plays out, but there was another class I had to unlock. Endeavor to unlock. Did I save the... Put that on, yeah. Forgot to save this. Okay, that's not monk. Gladiators Guild. This is only level 28, but I'm hoping that the storyline itself will progress me further. Ayala. Welcome back, Ursa. Take it you've dispatched the beast with ease. With every swing and thrust, you gain valuable experience. You must remember to reflect on each one if you are to recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your technique. Your training under me shall continue until once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Ursa. Oh, Ursa, take it you and your sword have become better acquainted. And I will now instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator. Commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times that we must do a battle alongside our allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such a situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. We do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponent through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred.
Fascinating
So
information.
trolling from for enmity, got it. Troll. You must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself and trust in your stout institution to endure. In so doing, you protect your weaker comrades who would otherwise perish. To help you better understand this, there's a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Memodia the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A gang of Lamosa marauders has paraded into the town and been harassing people outside her establishment. Men like this prey on the weak, but will turn the tail and flee at the first sign of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them. Then they will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Lamosans and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, Marauder," in this way. You will protect the people of Uldar as you would your allies in battle. Surprise fucking Memodia just bust a cap in their ass. She seems pretty strict. Scale, there. What, you blaming me because this little shite shat his own pants? Bugger me and I bugger you too. You know you're a friend of your 12's damn cheat. Thinks he can charge us more just because we're foreigners. But he'll get his own back, mark me words. Oi, come on now. Sorry. Oi, come on now. You was disrespecting me, proud Seawolf heritage. Fine, I'll leave the bastard be, but we ain't finished. the hell is your problem? Maybe she likes her men rough. What are you supposed... Call spam, sorry. Maybe you're supposed to be a bleeding manservant. But it don't matter. You've gone and spoiled the mood. Farmerl. Sure. Epoxy Arsis is your best brew. I'd sooner drink a pint of me own piss than this swill. I'm gonna tell Battern you said that. Just who the hell do you think you are, maggots? I'm Pomfaril the Driven. And me and my bloody marauders have been breathing so long, mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe my words? Let my axe do the talking. Oh. Slide even for the quicksand. You two are going to put on a show for us. What's this? Another goddamn fool. Show some respect when you talk to. Farmeril the Driven, leader of a troop of bloody mummers or some such. I heard your name the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Unless you want me to split your skull in half, skull in half with me axe, you better. It couldn't be frenzy, but only the sword of Null would. Bloody hells, it's you. You know I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? But begging your pardon, sir. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to the Mosons was quite brave of you, and quite foolish. I think I like you, gladiator. Name's Aldous. We'll buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, but that hardly concerns you. These days, I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, seeker of the as-yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city. This wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. I swear if I hadn't seen Aldous with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Ursa, do me a favor and don't tell Mayala about meeting Aldous, alright? She doesn't need that sort of drama. Why? Let's just say some folks ain't good for one another. Heard our Reaver exploits the quicksand, Ursa. You did well to send the Marauders packing. I wish I could say that we've had the last of them. Last, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants traveling through Scorpion Crossing. Seems word will not suffice after all. If you want to finish what you've begun, Ursa, head to Western Thanlin and see the Parfumeril the Driven and all those who have shared in his crimes never trouble the people of Old Dark again. I'd 11 at that, let's save time. Oh, that's just me. Going out to the Nolan. It's pronounced Stenoline. Oh, I forgot that fucking cape comes out like that. That's badass. They tore my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back, please, I beg of you. Oh. Oof. 2 hits and off I ride. Well, bless you, adventurer. Born for good men like you, I'd never leave home. Okay, so we are sitting at 5. Got a long ways to go for this gladiator. Whew. Getting a lot done today, though, travelers. Getting a lot done. Good is finished. With that, the stage of your training is complete. This time your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you will face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you will do well. Master your sword, and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in the days to come. Return to your training, Ursa. We'll speak again. You look well, Ursa. Hope you're ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Hiran men. Based on multiple spear wounds found on the bodies of the deceased, we believe the Lancers are responsible for this crime. Not only are the murderers a blight on our city, I fear it's only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw outside the gates of Nald and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these lances before they strike again. Shing. Burr. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Thank you. They appeared out of nowhere, asked me if I was Aldous at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? Just dropped everything on the floor there, sorry. Skin. So they were indeed the murderers we sought. Give me 1 second. What brought those Dust Red Lancers all the way from Blackshroud? And why were they murdering here men with swords? First sword! What is it? Lancer's first sword. A gang of them hiding in the tunnel south of Blackbrush Station. It seems we're not rid of them yet, Ursa. You might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thanalan and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Yeah, freelancers. Bruce, accompany Ursa. See to it that he doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the bloke from getting skewered, but I'll patch him up as best I can. Ursa, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. I am counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, gladiators. Send these freelancers to the 7th gate. Forgot that this questline is actually quite slow. Shit, I went the wrong way. No. I'll stand next to you just in case you get fucking waylaid and start driving the other way. Yep. Okay. Looks like we're done here. Send home Ursa. Could use a drink. Bruce the Big. It's an amazing name. Bruce the Big. Oh, I think I named him Bruce the Juice. That would have been funnier. Where am I going? I guess I was going to walk the Pugil skill to turn that one in. I did think that one was quite funny. I might put together a ranking of just the lore of the job quests. That would be kind of funny to do, especially now that I've gone in and got a refresher of all of them. Yeah, I would put that one quite highly in terms of like the comedic at least. Congratulations on a job well done, Ursa. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. I must say you have shown tremendous growth since you joined us. I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were out on it for a bounty. What is your opinion on this, Ursa? I gotta tell her. Aldous, are you certain that's this name you heard? He's alive? But how? She's gotta find out eventually, Modi, I'm sorry. Gotta tell her. Hey, Ursa, you've come at a good time. Got another task I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost along the Royal Allegan Sunway. The Amalja have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating a significant disruption in trade. Ulda has a long, troubled history with the Amalja, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Ursa. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one or more for information. Camp Drybone. Yep. Bow. Get down, they're still here. Don't worry, brother. I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go and tell her that the Amalja are dead. Leave the merchant to me. That's one thing I hate about quests like this. It's like, oh, you did a thing. Go back to the guildmaster. Oh, do another thing. Go back to the guildmaster. Oh, another thing. Go back to the guildmaster. And admittedly, if you're not doing them back-to-back with this nature, it does, like, lessen the annoyance of that significantly. But either way, I do think it's better whenever... Like, for example, Hammond came out to the Frog Lair, right? Why not have everybody do that? Why can't Miela just be like, oh, so actually, I just wanted to check myself, and then fucking be there? It's so much easier. Anyway. I knew I was right to send you, Ursa. You've done us proud. 7 hells, this place reeks of sweat. How do you expect a man to concentrate on swordplay like this? Aldous? You remember me? How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster? You? Good to see you, Miela, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive? Where have you been all these years? Answer me! Well, if you must know, I'm on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. And for you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened? Have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. Oh, that's the Miela I remember. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Ah, don't pout, girl. I'm just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. So was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone else here would be so kind. Yeah, okay. That bastard! Why now after all these years? I will say, I do like the Gladiator questline quite a bit. But I was disappointed whenever I first joined the Gladiators Guild, and it had nothing to do with Gladiators in the arena. But it was still fun. I suppose is current tense in this one. Oh, you came! Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Miela. Sword of Nold, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Ursa, you're good with a sword, that's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I could recognize kindred spirits. Shing! Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of a magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for the Colosseum champions. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. Ursa, The hells! Aldous, Sword of Nold, we've come for your head. If you do that, then how the hell am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't you a bunch of impatient, humorless fellas? Now for a bit of fun, Ursa, I'll lead you follow. Sounds good. Down for it, sir. Okay, nameless attack. Let's go grab you. Like you. You. None of you guys gonna fight me? Huh? Alright, well, if you think you should fight me, I'm just gonna kill you one by one. How about that? Burn. That's all you've got. Try to keep up, boys. Oh, I finally got this one's attention. How do they see over the railing to shoot? I just feel like, unless they're shooting through the little, like, I guess they could. It seems like that's a very unlikely method of attack. Little fun little bout in the quicksand. That was alright. I don't think they'd get as far as to send a gang of sellswords in the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue this another time, shall we? Need to find a new place to drink, one with more attractive company than this sorry lot. Okay. Yellow. Bum, 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 bum. My apologies, Ursa. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier, but when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. And the shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for ranged weaponry. Since the gladiators are primarily close-range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Ursa. Got that shield lob. Yes, I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded, and I need you to go and help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. It may ever be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us via link pearl, he said he'd try to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. We might have to do some sort of dungeon duty or something to be able to get to that extra level, because it's not looking... I haven't gotten very much experience, so... Let's pop some eggs real quick. That'll help us a little. That extra little nudge over. Help, help, I can't feel my... Thank you, brother. It all happened so fast. We're by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me, nor why they left me alive, but I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Roundel. Fellow outside? I saw him stumble in what had left of the bar to take a piss. Was alone, I recall. Say he's wounded. Thought he was just drunk. Suspicious characters. Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. First I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I had him say something about wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Yeah, apparently the Alacran are so dense that they're like, yeah, anybody with a sword, that's gotta be him. No descriptions, just anybody with a sword. Papa Robe? That sounds familiar. It was him. I swear it. Did you find anything else? Picked this up by the tracks, eh? Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't say as I've seen its like before. Might be as Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's a bespectacled bloke who's always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show that ring to Wyman. He's sure to know something about it. Bespectacled, he says. Well, now, if it ain't Ursa, everybody's favorite adventurer. I hear you threw your lot in with the gladiators. Questionable decision, given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? Boy, put that away before someone sees it. Where in the seven hells did you get one of those rings? You don't realize it's a sigil? God's damn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards be lurking within. Been a long time since old Elda seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alacran. Word is that they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and God knows who else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourself into, understood? The Alacran. And this is one of the things I do like about doing all the job quests in an area like this. You get some interesting lore. So we already know about the Alacran. We had that, what's his name? We grabbed the White Axe or something like that we fought in the Pugilist Guild, and now we're getting more from the Alacran over here on this side as well. The Thaumaturgist Guild, I don't think really had anything to do with the Alacran. Mostly we're just focused on things like the void energies around the area. Certain ethereal balances from the Calamity, that kind of thing. Ah, Ursa, I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our Angel comrade? The Alacran? I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned to the Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to head from Silver's Bazaar. There's a man with an enormous bounty on his head. People living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy pottery and property and harm civilians. And the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Mercer. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmates, all in one fell swoop. Bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, I told you never to come here again! Couldn't sit idly by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about, Miela. A responsible guildsmaster would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Miela, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down to the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Miela. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanolin. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own? Is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave, Aldous. 7 years. Do you have any idea at all what you put me through? Miela, I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Miela, wait, there's something you need to know. Enough! Get out! Get out! Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran. But do try not to let Ursa here come to harm while you're at it. You just getting snippy with me now. Alright. It's Horizon. It's probably the best bet, yeah. So I could pray return to the Waking Sands, but that wouldn't put me any closer, really. Pray return to the Waking Sands. There it is. Okay, actions and traits. Hello, nay. Hello, nay. Flying. There you are, sir. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? Proceed. With the madam. That was quick. I might have bit off more than I can do. Right from, baby, right from, like a record. Oh. Surprising for the people over here not getting hit. My bad. Duty completes. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. But why would you be? Leave him to us for a sword. No, it's not gonna work. No, stop! Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the first sword is made of stronger steel? Leave her, Xana. Our business here is over. What have you done, Leovold? First sword, we must withdraw. We have wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. The plot thickens. Like I said, I do enjoy the job quest lines. They add a lot to the city-state that you're currently in. More so than I think a lot of people really appreciate. Because if you only do the one, you don't really see the whole overarching picture of what's going on in the background. So I feel like people lose that a lot. Did I take the next monk quest? I did not. It's okay, though. Give me a moment, Ursa. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew, Aldous, that Leovold had... Leovold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. Twin swords of Nornthal, they called us. Never lost a match. Honored by the Bull of Alamigo himself. But that was then, and this is now. When I learned that Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alakran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalan, I knew I had to return. It seemed like a lifetime ago, the three of us used to train together in this hall. But Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, Mila, I promise. Oh, I might get there. Ursa, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. As First Sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as gladiator, but to also protect you from your dangers you are not ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alacron. Had he chosen to bear his steel at us, many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know what he's turned to a life of crime. I need to know why he turned to a life of crime, and I've ordered my best men to scour Thanalan for any trace of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have a strong suspicion that he's been taken prisoner by the Alacron, or worse. If there is any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alacron near the Hammers in western Thanalan. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. Have been far too reckless in recent days, and that too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, Ursa, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. We're gonna be real close to unlocking that next line. There we go. It's a trap, brother. I kind of figured. Kind of figured, sir. Just didn't care. Trap means I get to kill things. That's some fine swordsmanship, Ursa. Miela, the First Sword knows how to pick 'em. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her to the guild. A wee lass who cried at the sight of naked steel. Look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much choice but to rise to the occasion, though. What with all the trouble Aldous got into 7 years ago. Selfish bastard. He should have never... but enough of my rambling. I'll make my way back to the old doll after a short rest. You go ahead and tell Miela that I'm fine. Gladiator's Guild. Okay. So I think the gods you're alright. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild. I can't thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lilutsu. I believe she has a message for you. Ah, Ursa, the very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards and requests you meet him in the Lich Yard in Eastern Thanalan. Naturally, I have not divulged this information to the First Sword. As you may have gathered from previous interactions, she's still rather upset with him, and would likely forbid any further association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to become the next guildmaster before the horrible scandal. Ah, they would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me. This is hardly the appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear of any of this rendezvous from me. Rendezvous. C'est rendezvous. Not that. So I might have to grab like 1 or 2 of these. It's gonna suck, but it wouldn't take too terribly long. Don't think I have the energy in me for a dungeon, or I'd say we could dungeon it. To get an instant queue as a tank and nothing else. And where have you been? Busy drowning in some sweet young thing's eyes? Oh, if that's the case, I understand completely. It's been 7 years since my other's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn, an old outgo through and through. But gods, when he danced with the sword in his hand, it was poetry in motion. Miela's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then. Forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. Oh. And who might you be? Another of Leevold's lackeys? Master Leevold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, it's not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her or so? Bang. It's inexcusable. That was stunningly easy. You've gotten stronger. Good, I'm glad Miela hasn't been like you to rely upon. She's her father's daughter, leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman who lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel, keep her temper in check. Now more than ever. Stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. That. Haven't you listened to a word I said? She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I'm anything but. She could be. I'm only here because of unfinished business. When it's settled, there'll be no reason for me left to stay. I owe it to our old man to put an end to this, to give him peace. Thal's realm by making that bastard Leevold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said, Ursa? Now go. She's probably wondering where you are. Okay. Why are you staring at me like that, Ursa? Something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alacrins' movements. I remain confident that we will find them soon, though, so keep your blade sharp. Ah, I can't yet. Damn. Okay. The one time that it's not a tank. Are you kidding? I mean, we would get an instant queue as it. I just don't know that it's worth doing. We'll do Guildhess, and then, like I said, we'll probably travel to... Biggest brick of experience is going to be here. Second biggest brick there. Yeah, we'll do Adalonosia, East Adalonosia. Of course, we have to do both. That sucks, actually. Let's grab 2 here would be faster. Goblin Thug, South Shroud, and... South Shroud, perfect. Silent Arbor. Seems like the place for moi. Should be able just to land in there, kill them, and get out. Now that I have flying, and we might have this as well. It's just something to do. Give me a little chunk of experience along the way. Oh, yeah. Little dudes. Sorry guys, my bad. It's calm. Oop. Zippy doo dah, zippity day, right back over here. Little chunk, little chunk. Like I said, it's not crazy, but that'll probably, with the hunt, put me over. Either one of them is not great, but both of them together might be. It's kind of the thinking. Let's see here. Core Claw Hunters should be back over this way, yeah. Yep, that's goblins. Gobbity gobs. Da, 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 da. There's a hunter right there. Cutter over there. Five seconds. Come on, Fuchsia, heal me, heal me. Ooh, Fuchsia, get real close. Make me nervous. But fortunately, Fuchsia was able to keep us alive. That was so close. Okay, and just while we're over here, and I keep meaning to get that Anarian onions. Let me go price those on the market board, literally right now, before I forget again. And we need 2 more cutters, because there's no sense in leaving that until we have them all. So we're already over here. And then we'll grab these overgrown offerings. I seem to recall where those are at. Ked traps, I think, are here as well. Yes, Ked traps are also here. So we'll grab all this. It might take a little while longer, but it's going to save some time in the long run for me, because I'm already here where most of these things are. Cat traps are over there. Burn offerings, for sure I know where those are. Yeah, like I said, they're all here. Far enough away that they're no longer fighting. There we go. Okay, so I know where Ked traps are. Oop, pretty sure I know where overgrown offerings are too. They should be close to this area over here. More by the river, I seem to recall. Like over here on the right side. Ah. The flying does help. It makes it a lot easier to get around quickly, at least when you're looking. Cat traps are over here by this log with the bard guy. I know that. Sink level. Half the sink level. Yeah. Easy if I do. Alright, travelers. A little quick third grinding, I suppose. We don't necessarily need to do the fate, we just need to kill 3 cat traps. If that gets us close enough, we'll finish it out anyway, but just because I don't think it's going to, I'm not too worried about it. This fate is also way low level, so it pretty much just be for the benefit of having some seals. Yeah. This is close enough, we'll do it anyway. So when you've already done like a fourth of it, just by doing the thing you were already doing, you might as well finish it up. There's no reason not to. Make more interesting though, shall we? Probably have about 2 more. Yeah, like I said, just a little bit of seals does not hurt at all. Cat trap, stone shells are in upper Lenosia, so that's fine. We're going operating upper pass. Is that here? To the left, yes. That sounds about right. I was gonna say it's definitely by water, overlooking like some water, and I think it's probably right here. Here, I think actually. Somewhere like that. I remember the water. There they are. So I remember the water and I remember being close. Kill 4. Oof. Ba-ba. Carving up some fucking plants. And a bonus one, apparently. Okay, that's 30. A little bit over, but that's 30. We're hunting club as well. Nice, nice. Okay. To Gladiators Guild. Take that 30 quest. Let's going. Yeah, we should have time. Damn it all to the 7th hell. This is madness. It's Aldous. He's been arrested by the Brass Blades. They claim he was plotting to assassinate the Sultana. This is utter nonsense. He has no motive to do so, and whatever I've said about the man, he would never resort to using poison. The Lacquer must be behind this. They have failed to kill him time and time again, and now they're reaching out to the Monitorous allies. I don't want to believe Wyman when he said that they had such influence, but... Wait, that's it. If anyone can help us unravel this plot, it's Wyman. He has a reputation for knowing things he shouldn't, after all. Find Wyman, see what he can tell us. Aldous is many things, but he is not a murderer. Probably this one. So he's definitely close to either one of these two. It's really just whichever one. Dealer's choice on that one. fuck is this item? Oh, it's an axe. It comes out. Is it like chow or something? Okay. It's interesting. I was wondering when you might come along. Or, so, frankly, I'm surprised all just went so quietly. You ought to know there's no walking away from this. You really don't know, do you? Best to start at the beginning, then. Aldous is something of an enigma. He and Livelold were two of the greatest gladiators ever to grace the Blood Sands. But he threw all that hard-fought glory away for a few gil more. See, the average Olden loves a good Colosseum fight, and what better way to make gladiatorial spectacle more entertaining than wagering on the outcome? So, when it got out that Aldous was orchestrating a match-fixing scheme of untold proportions, well, you can imagine the shock and anger the people felt. He was expelled from the Colosseum, and his wins were stricken from the record. Your guildmaster Miela got the worst of it, though. Not only was her friend exposed as a fraud, but around the same time, her father fell ill and passed away. There were some oddities surrounding his death, too. It was rumored he might have taken his own life for shame for his disgraced pupil. In the end, Miela lost two of the most important men in her life, and was forced to take charge of the guild alone. And Levenhold, he tried to go solo on the Blood Sands, but it wasn't the same. Without Aldous, his career was finished. Now you know the nature of the man you so desperately want to save, though judging from the look in your eyes, I gather you still have your own reservations. Fine then, though you can't blame me for doubting a man found in possession of Rhalgr's bites. It's a vile poison, rare and expensive too. Only the Corpse Brigade knows how to make it, I hear. Gods only know why they'd give it to Aldous. Could go with their headquarters at the Sepulchre, then and ask him direct, I reckon. I have an aversion to a direct confrontation personally, but you don't, do you? By the by, should you save the poor bastard's life, tell him we're even, and hope it was all worth it. Interesting. Okay. We're getting there, travelers. We're real close. What's the matter with you, Duzzy? Sorry, my cat's over. I'm sure you guys can hear her a little bit in the background. She's meowing around. She wants attention. Ow. What are you doing? Meow. Meow. Come here. She's a very spoiled cat. She's quite old, too. She's coming up on 16, I think. She's definitely feeling her years, but hopefully she's got a few more good ones in her. God, there would have to be a fucking whole-ass fate that is just swarming in here of all this bullshit. Fuck it. Let's just go. Let's just see what happens. Bring it the fuck on. I'm ready. I'm not ready. This was a terrible idea, and I made a horrible mistake, and I will die. But if I don't, it's going to be amazing. You know, you get those intrusive thoughts, right? When you're looking at a group of people, and you're like, I bet I could do it. If I had Bloodbath, I'd probably survive this for sure, but I don't, so it's going to be a tenuous circumstance here. Yep, I'm dead. Yep. It was a bad idea. Fun, though. Alright, back over there, I guess. That was the first time I've died on stream, and it was very much not worth it. If I had good gear, that actually would have been possible, but I have a good weapon, but I currently have a level 1 boots and a level 1 helmet on. I'm fighting level 30s in a Fate, surrounded. There was no chance of me succeeding there. This guy's beautiful out here, I will say. So many stars. Make sure there's no achievement for that, because if there was an achievement for it, I might have went ahead and done it. Because I know I could have. I was just being, like, extra. There was no reason for me to go in there just blade spinning to take everything on at the same time. That was just to be silly. I mean, it was not a good idea. But it's cool. Okay. Where have you been, Ursa? All this has been given over into the custody of the Sanctorium. They mean to execute him. We must do something. The poison, is it? You proved the Alarcon purchased it from the Corpse Brigade? Thank the gods you've done it. Quickly, we must show this to the official presiding over his execution at Highbridge. Go, now! Again, we have another one of those. Go back to the Guildmaster. Go back outside. Go back to the Guildmaster. Go back outside. It's not my favorite structure. Must admit. Am I missing it? This is below me. Is it this side? What the fuck is this quest at? Oh, there. Oh, I feel like I was standing right next to you. There we go. Sanctorium sends you to death for the crimes against the Sultana. Sultanates, have you any last? Who are you and what do you want? It's a bold accusations you make, adventurer. However, the Sanctorium has found the prisoner guilty in the eyes of the gods and men. He will be executed forthwith. Don't waste your breath, Ursa. Dull scales have always yielded to wealth above all else. Leovold spent a fortune to secure my sentence. Silence, criminal. Are you, and you, what are you doing? Well, what are you waiting for? Do it. Where did that... All this! Just couldn't stay away, could you? Well, at least I don't have to steal the headman's axe. The gods are to have blood this day. I'm afraid it won't be mine. Since you two are so devout, perhaps you'll be willing to offer yourself in exchange? Mercy? Interfering with the law is a heinous crime. In fact, I believe it is punishable by death. Got a feeling the spectacle will draw you here. Should have dealt with you myself from the start. Come, let's dance, brother. So it'd be a rematch. Very well, I accept. Miele and the others need you, Ursa. Leave him to me. You need to die, actually, because you're a problem. Whoa. Man, that fucking, I've got to get better gear. I forgot that as a tank, you really can't ignore gear in the same way that you can a different class. Ooh, because I'm hitting real hard because my sword is good. But yeah, I'm getting hit like a truck, and I can't fucking, I'm a tank. I'm meant to be taking hits, and so when you are meant to take hits, can't take hits, things don't usually end well for you. There's an all-out fucking war over here with the Alacron. Goddamn. Duty completes. All this. You almost had me, Leovold. Stay back. I won't have your pity. You just had to have it all, didn't you? Just one victory, just one bloody match. But your precious ego couldn't accept that. You ruined everything. Tell me, Aldous, how does it feel to lose your name, your legacy, everything you ever loved? I want to know how much you suffered. Let it go, Leovold. It's over. Like hell's it is. I swear you will never know peace, not in this life or the next. Leovold, no! Oh, damn well neither of us will see Thal's realm. Let's go. Our comrades are waiting. Stop. Ship there. Yep. Glad you were there, Ursa. Without you, I doubt we would have defeated the Alacran. Have you ever considered the Colosseum? You'd make a wonderful attraction. Of course, you need the title to befit your prowess. Now that it's all over, you'll be staying, won't you? No, Leovold may be dead, but the Alacran are far from finished. I'd rather not linger and give them a chance to regroup and seek revenge. It's a true tragedy that I cannot enjoy the company of Ulda's lovely ladies any longer. But I have faith that equally radiant beauties await me in distant lands. Aldous, not another word, my dear. It's bad enough that the First Sword has permitted a disgraced gladiator to fraternize with her subordinates. Can you imagine the scandal if she became personally involved with the man? Nevertheless, I understand how you feel me. I know I've had that effect on the fairer sex. I should have let the headsman have his way with you. That way you might have learned some humility. Oh, but how am I supposed to remember that lesson without a head? Your father will be proud of you, my Ella. Don't ever change. Oh yes, there's one thing I wanted to say before I go, Ursa. 7 years ago, before my last match at the Blood Sands, I was given an offer. A sultan's ransom in exchange for a loss. Leovold begged and pleaded, but I just couldn't do it. Call it honor or pride or whatever you like, I made my choice. In spite of all that came of it, to that day I have no regrets. It's the simplest thing to know what's right. Listen to your heart of yours, and it will never lead you astray. Trust in your comrades, have faith in your skills, and you will triumph over any adversary. And with that, I bid you farewell. I'd better not have to wait 7 years to see that bastard again. There's still so much I want to... What in 7 house are you looking at? This is a training hall. Why aren't you all training right now? You. To think that it all stand on the blood stands and is a sword and a stupid grin? No, it takes years of hard work, an ocean of blood and sweat, and an unbreakable will. Every man and woman here has a potential to become a champion, but it is you and you alone who decide your destiny. So answer me now, gladiators. Will you follow in the footsteps of your brothers and sisters and describe your names in legend? Rah, rah, rah. I do like the little rah, rah noises it makes. Very funny. Okay. Yeah. Shield's kind of cool. Spirits with that. Holy shit. Oh, there you are, Ursa. Perfect timing. I've just heard a juicy bit of gossip that I know you're going to be interested in. Apparently, and remember you heard this from me first, the Sultan's Sworn Elite are sharing a secret skill in training of paladins. Incredible, I know. Sultan's Sworn have an exclusive monopoly on the instruction of paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of those officer Trek elites, then you had no chance to learn the arts. And compensation to get to the top was very fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who joined and to swear an oath of fealty to the older Sultanate, which meant no more adventuring, no more daring do, and no more Colosseum, just languishing about in the palace all day, polishing plate mail. That's why this news is so big. Now anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skill of a paladin, and no memorizing the 55 commandments of the sworn or any other nonsense either. This is a golden, no, a platinum opportunity that comes but once in a lucky adventurous lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers, and your regret will be your just desserts. You need go to the Royal Promenade in the Houston Strip. Find the captain of the Sultan's Sword Elite. Jinlins is his name. And tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. I can try. We'll say I've enjoyed the Gladiator a bit more than I thought I would. It might be worth keeping Paladin going. When I played Paladin, it was like, I want to say Stormblood or Heavensward. It's been a while. It's entirely possible that I would enjoy it quite a bit more now. I do like the flashy, like, make a lot of sword animation. I don't know what the move is called, but it's just sword, 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 and more sword. It's very cool looking. Yes, I am Jinlins, member of the Sultan's Sword Elite, servant to the Order of Sultanates. Unless my instinct deceived me, you have come to inquire about the training as a paladin. If so, I would have your name, good sir. Ah, sir, fine name. I bid you welcome and salute your noble resolve. But if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what it means. Paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. Paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. Paladin defends the people of the realm. Sellswords and gladiators and others of their ilk wield their blades for themselves, but a paladin serves the greater good. Do you understand me? The battle arts that the paladin learns have been held secret, nurtured and perfected within ranks of the Sultan's Sword Elite for nigh on 600 years. Of all those sworn to protect the Sultanate, the soldiers, the mounted guards, the knights, we are the elite of the elites, our conviction unwavering, our hearts true, and our swords without peer. But the glory of the Sultanate, well, much of it is buried in the past now. Our brotherhood grows smaller by the year. We are a shadow of what we once were. The Sultana turns to sellswords to defend her place. Her palace. All this because of one traitor. No, because of one blot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. Because of him, we have been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. And here you are. We shall instruct you in the paladin military arts. You will not be inducted into the Sultan's Sworn, but serve as a free paladin. However, first you must show us both your sword and your heart have metal, and you are worthy of the honor. In the ruins of the Little Alamigo, you will find an iron brazier. Light it, and the undead nearby will be drawn to the flame. Slay these monsters and give their hearts to the fire. Return to present me their ashes, and as proof of your deed. Now, would-be paladin, show me the metal in your heart and the steel in your blade. It's been so long, I don't remember the quest line for this. I know there's a Rogadin paladin, and I seem to recall some sort of controversy involving him, but I don't remember exactly what's going on, so. We get to learn that part together, travelers, which is very exciting. Ba-da-ba. Let's see here. Where are we going? Sure. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Places to go. Follow my way home. The Iron Brazier. Brazil. The moan of the undead grows louder. Okay. Chuck these in the fire real quick. If you're in this place, searching for the undead, then you must be a petitioner seeking the secrets of the paladin arts. But make no mistake, simply learning paladin swordplay does not make you a paladin, or does the armor you wear, or the status you claim. I am just another aging free paladin, but you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind this your spirit, lift the visor that blinds, and find the truth of the path of paladin. Here, you will be returning to your captain, yes? And give him this crystal. The way you use the sword reminds me of a man I used to know. Mine eyes may be old, but they can see the truth well enough. Be a paladin strong and true. Devote yourself to the way and become a beacon of light. Okay. Ginlands. Just a really dumb name by the by, but sure, Ginlands. Chamber of Rude. Hey, sound dead monsters who infest the ruins south of Little Omega. Oh, that's right. Jeez. Yes, that's what I needed. Proof that you have defeated the undead. You've shown that your heart is true, your sword has metal. I've no doubt that you will prove an attentive pupil. That is well, for there's much to learn. First and foremost is this. You are a paladin now, custodian of tradition and ancient and noble. A free paladin has no master. Instead, he travels all lands, and in every place takes up the cause of the unarmed and defenseless. You swear fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You are a nobility amongst adventurers. You have taken your first steps on a new path, and you have earned the right to bear this, the soul of the paladin. Upon its surface, the carved deeds of the paladins of eras past. He who bears it commands the respect of all knights of honor. Bahamut's Fang, you already possess this crystal. Did you say it was given to you by an unknown free paladin who told you to hand it to me? Where's this crystal you speak? I demand you show it to me at once. Curse him, he has made a mockery of this trial. The crystal you bear is indeed the soul of a paladin, but it is disgraced, impure. It was stolen from the Sultan's Sword. The man who gave you this soul is the very traitor whom I spoke of seeking these many moons. He is an oath-breaker who bent the knee to Uldar Sultanate, and who swore allegiance to the Sultan's Sword, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot until it was lost, perhaps forever. How dare he give counsel on honor, on the paladin way? The soul is polluted, and I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword as a paladin, only the soul you wear, you may wear is that which is bestowed by a captain of the Sultan's Sworn. That traitor is no Sultan's Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you his soul, he has insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too. Perhaps an adventurer like you yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance. But through reigns long and short, our forebears in the Sultan's Sworn have preserved its rituals and traditions. And we are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our own ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate to be named the captain of Sultan's Swarm in these troubled times. Though I do not ask for the honor, I have bent my knee to the Sultana and sworn fealty. I will fight to restore our name and honor. You wield a skilled blade, and more importantly, you have met the traitor face to face. Your great task as a paladin will be to help bring him to justice. You must ready yourself, marshal your resources, and hone your skills until the time comes you are able to discharge your duty. The journey will be long, but you are a paladin now. Honor binds you as surely as any oath. Paladin Pass bequeaths you their wisdom. Next Paladin Quest available level 35. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's grab this here. That bad boy on. Transfer over. That's a really nice feature, by the way. I really appreciate that. It saves you a lot of time. So it's pretty much just a win-win for everybody involved. Okay, let's save. Yep. That should look quite nice now. Yeah, look at that. And we're going to go ahead and do actions and traits, and let's do the traditional look through all the abilities and pretend I know where I'm going to put them, and then end up moving them anyway. Damage taken. Oath gauge cost. Okay. Don't have an oath gauge yet, so... Let's see. Sort of blocky buff move. We'll go with that there, supposedly. Let's say prominence. That'll be a combo potency total flip, surely. Yep. Cover. This is a useful one. So I have a spot here. Man, that one that makes any sense. But cover there. Yeah, I like that. Although, grab. This is the one. This, to me, is the tank's limit break. Right, it's sort of their super move. Attacks. Put that on. Offensive cooldowns over here. Over. Blade. Get ready. Something else becomes scoring blade. Becomes scoring blade. Fighter flights becomes scoring blade. Okay. Oh, place Razor Peloni on there, yeah. And then fighter flight will need to be moved in that case to something like this, so it's available on the fly. You always want to have your things that you're going to have to hit often on buttons where they're easy to reach. Crown Bulwark, Goring Blade, Divine Veil. Party members, near you the max. Okay. Feeling, I was going to have to do this. It's okay. Yeah, we put this here. This here. That works perfectly. And let's go ahead and do this as well. I wanted to do this earlier, and I just forgot to. I don't recall that Paladin has enough buttons to not do this, and it generally makes it easier so that your AoEs are always available when you're moving around. So Clemency. It's... My shit's spazzing out. There we go. Divine Veil. Clemency. I should put on Divine Veil. Just move shit around for it. Party members. I just moved stuff around. I don't think I actually did it. But there. Sure. Clemency, that's a heal move. Yeah, I'd like that to be... Use it shortly. Put it there. It'll work. Royal Authority. Combo actions Riot Blade with 100. Yeah, that's Razor Peloni. Okay, Intervention. Increases the party's damage. Party damage taken by 10%. Increases damage, just by additional action. Active, okay. Nope. Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is the move right here. Okay. Intervene, that's the rush. Requiescat, does not expect damage. Grants 4 stacks for Requiescat. Increases the power of Holy Spirit. Okay. So... Passage of Arms. This is a really fucking cool move, Passage of Arms. It looks amazing. Put that right there. Holy Circle. This is the AoE version of Holy Spirit. Atonement. List attacks. Application ready. Supplicant ready. Now we activate effects of Atonement ready. Confedia. What do I have on that? Requiescat? Yeah, that makes sense. Requiescat. Requiescat. Confiteor. That'll go. How's that appreciably different than cover? It's really not much. We'll go Confiteor here. Yes, we'll change this up. Both actives are on the left. Holy Shieldtron. Okay, that's just regular Shieldtron. That's Spirits Within. Expiation? That just makes it an AoE? I guess, 450? Because this is not an AoE, right? No, it's not. It also increases the damage significantly. Guardian reduces damage taken by 40%, or experimental damage. Yeah, that's Sentinel. Creator. That is Requiescent. Requiescent. That's the move I was talking about. Yeah. Looks really cool, I'll tell you that. Okay, so... that makes sense there, although... that will probably be slightly better. Yeah. Okay. So I think Paladin is more or less situated on the bar. Alright, so we have one more order of business before we end this nearly 6-hour stream. I've got to stop doing these because I have to edit them still. And apparently I hate myself. But the last order of business is going to be to take up... I was going to get all of them. We'll see how long that takes me. But we're going to pick up Arcanist for sure. So we're going to go to Limsa Limensa, which this is very much not. But let's go ahead and stop in here, because why not? I'm already here. I just want to look for a Thavnarian onion, because I keep leveling up my Chocobo, and I don't have any Thavnarian onions. Hopefully they're not outrageous. Hopefully. I might have to cross Data Travel Center to get, like, reasonable ones, because... on a newer server, they're obviously going to be way higher in price. Thavnarian. Nothing. Can you not buy Thavnarian onions? Am I spelling it wrong? Onion. Surely, I mean, it's an onion, right? Am I stupid? Onion Prince, Onion Prince. It's adorable. Seeds. Oh, speaking of seeds, I planted shit in my house that I never once watered. Let's go check on that. There's no point now. Does it make any difference? Ooh, forgot about that. So never mind on the Thavnarian onion. Let's just get the Limsa. Figured the Thavnarian onion out off stream, apparently. I could swear you just buy them. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Anyway. Zip. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanium. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that may that map the unlocked mysteries of existence, to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. If you prefer an arcane art but built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then the discerning intellect may find a home here at our guild. Might you consider enrolling yourself as an initiate? Aha! Just as I predicted. Before we proceed further, however, let us feed your appetite with knowledge of a morsel of our guild history. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles, Lullafels. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries. Precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave aether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their return to Limsa Limensa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elites, and soon secured positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Milwib, counting several wielders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of our art. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you invite such cerebral challenges, then you have but to reaffirm your commitment to joining our guild. Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thybegrim. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in this interim. You will find her just over there, by the bookshelf. You needn't be shy. Though her mind is sharp and critical, her manners is always welcome. Yes, most welcome. Yes, I am Thybegrim. Thubrygeem. That would be what it would be. Thubrygeem. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Murray has doubtless explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me then to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of Aether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, by the ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which the ethereal ally employs to our commands. The core of this discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An Arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason through any predicament or predicaments? An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Here, take this grimoire in hand, and we shall judge your aptitude for our discipline. Throw that puppy on, and let's go with this. Control 9, get them off there. Oh, nope. I'm gonna do that. That plus button. Okay, now surely I have a summoner. Oh, summoner one. I know for certain I have a scholar. Let's just make it the scholar button because that's what's gonna be primarily. Bard warriors. There it goes. Scholar. Okay, it's gonna be 20. Perfect. All right. Now let's see what we got here on the old booklet. Shouldn't be too many actions since we're just starting out. Either charge, summon the ruby, Gem Shine. That's the this that. Charge, Radiant Aegis, that's the shield move. Fester, definitely something you want to have where you can move. Probably that's fine. Now I'll be using the other more, so that makes more sense. And I'll say AoE, so that'll be better. Energy drain, like that there. Yep, Resurrection, double tap X. Yep, some Topaz. And summon Emerald. Outburst. This is the one I was thinking it was. It's basically AoE Ruin. Precious Brilliance. It just accumulates. Multiple impact. Attack elements attack until it's fired damage target all enemies nearby it. Yeah, I think this is Gem Shine, but multiple. I think currently I have Gem Shine. Oh, I'm an idiot. Brilliance. Outburst. And Gem Shine is the single target one, yeah? To your enemy, yes. Rune 2, this is the move-in one. I don't... Oh, that would make the most sense to put that there, but we can't do that. Rune 2 is just Rune 1. Belay that. And that's it! That's all we got so far. Like I said, really fairly straightforward. It's a pretty straightforward class in general. We're going to move some stuff around, though. Because I like the There's no gap closer on this class to my knowledge, but I like the shield there. Yeah. Put this here. So once you have Carbuncle summoned, you don't necessarily need to summon him again. It's a hefty tome, is it not? I promise you, a Grimraw's weight becomes a comforting anchor amidst the shifting seas of battle. A fact you will soon discover. In Lower Nenosia, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest. Wharf rats, the ladybugs, and Ariele. I ask you to employ your fledgling skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each of this type of creature. Lead the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opportunities causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from your completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. That off. Probably going to do this as well. And okay. Do we want to grab the others? We're here already. It doesn't take very long. We'll do it. Riders Guild. Okay. Oh there, adventurer. Curious about the Marauders Guild, are you? This woman. Any axe worth wielding needs 2 hands and a haft, and has a blade what can chop clean through the galley's mast. That's the kind of weapon all members train to use with deceptive swiftness and brutal force. We remind to make a Marauders art your life's work, then our guild welcomes you with open arms. What say you, lad? Keen to join our ranks? Well, then here's a bit of history of the guild, so you're getting into it all. With the starting with the ships, you see. What have ships got to do with axes, you ask? Well, building them would be pretty bloody difficult without a sturdy tool on to lop down trees for timber. Since only the navigator herself knows when a ship will run foul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for the crew's carpenter to carry an axe on board. But any tool on a ship can become a weapon, and the axes are perfect for hooking yourself over the rail of an enemy vessel, letting loose a whirl of steel, and generally laying waste all about you. As more seafarers took up the axe as their weapon of choice, so did the bloody art of marauding begin to take shape, especially among pirates, where strength and skill decided your place in the world. With an eye to assembling crews of battle-ready raiders, the pirates started teaching the proper way to wield chopping blade to their recruits, and that's how the Marauders Guild came to be. After the Galadian Accord was signed through the Marauders Guild was never the same, it was taken over, restructured, and purged of its pirate elements. It had been reborn in an institution dedicated to naught but the teaching of axe fighting. The members of this new Marauders Guild weren't no greed-driven cutthroats neither. They were warriors who had sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. Still keen, are you? Think it over, then let me know if you decide to join our ranks. You decided, eh? Ready to join the Marauders Guild? Alright then, all you need to do is speak with the Axe Master himself. Sounds simple? I've seen folks slink out the door rather than put themselves in the path of that unnerving grail. That's the bloke right over there, the one in the middle of the room. Renzion's his name. Put some steel in your spine and look him straight in the eye when you talk to him, lad. Good fortune to you. Let's see if I can make a heads or tails of how he fucking talks first. Yes, I'm Warren Zion. Axe Master, they call me. Not the most imaginative of titles, I agree, but not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guilds. The art of marauders used to rend, cleave, and destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversaries. We seek to overwhelm them. A marauder must be powerful and an enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated, or our role in combat is that of steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. No doubt the question has already been put to you by Blowhata, but once more shall I challenge your commitments. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits an initiate of the Marauders Guild? Very well. Your name? Attend to me well then, Ursa. Hold fast to this moment of dedication. The path of the Marauder is a jagged and perilous one. The blood that spills at your feet will often become your world. I present you this axe as a symbol of your commitments. Your first lesson shall be how to hold it. Now grip the haft with both hands and set yourself in a solid stance. He honestly doesn't seem that intimidating. He's just like a nice guy. Just like, oh, I've seen people run away. I'm like, oh. I mean, he definitely looks like he could kill somebody, for sure. But Other than that, it's like he's kind of, you know, just hanging out. He's a really good guy. Okay, we're gonna make this one, and I know for sure I have a assignment for this one. Let's see what macro this is gonna be on. Wait, mage for that, warrior. There we go. 14. Ways down. There we go. Way down we go, go, go. Yeah, that'll be a good place for that. That'll make sense. Okay, put that there. Put this. Oh. Provoke, arm's length, and go to ramparts. Reprisal. Again, you want to make sure that you have all of these on to where you don't have to think about it much. Just gotta become second nature. That's the tank stance, defiance. Okay, maim, berserk. My favorites. Power, that's the AoE. Tomahawk. Storm's Path. Storm's Eye. Tempest. Which one does more damage? So that's a buff, and then this one's the other. Okay, Vengeance. Top one, Home Gang. Oh, we get Home Gang as a warrior? And way earlier. Alright, cool. I'll put that on my bar then. Thrill of Battle. This was an amazing one. That right there. Okay. And, oh, cooldowns. Party. Ready check. Countdown. Go. Oops. Let's go ahead and take. Berserk. No power there though. All right, that one is all set. Let's take the first level. Ah, you cut a striking figure, Ursa, but heroic posing is unlikely to cut a swath through your enemies. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us not waste time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. You shall wade straight away into combat as befits a novice of our discipline. Go forth and slay the bleating, scurrying, crawling pests that plague the outskirts of Limsa. Lost lambs, wolf rats, and the ladybug shall be your piteous adversaries this day. Return to me once 3 of the creatures have fallen to your blade. Also, this. Almost there, travelers. I love this dual-wielding ring thing that I got going on, because this is going to really boost the hell out of my leveling, but also just looks hilarious. So, big fan. And we are, like, so boosted, because we have the Road to 90, we have the 2 30% increased rings, we have the hat, which is a 20% up to, like, level 10. I mean... That's insane, because these all stack, right? So this is... It just says dramatically, but I believe it's 30%, so 30, 60, 90, so 100 double experience, basically. Just double anything all the time. Incredible. It's not behind these covenant doors for a worldly type like you, Gov. We're the dutiful sisters, the Edelweiss, all pure and saintly like. Now bug off. Hang on about. Ain't you that covey that goes by the name of Ursa? Huh, I knew it. Well, I like to snilch all the rising talent, and from what I hear, you're head and shoulders above the rest. If you can handle yourself half as well as they say, you might as well be of use to us. Oh, forget all that sisters and Edelweiss bollocks. That's just a bit of fun to fob off the curious culls. We're a guild of rogues, mate, and it's mainly our marks doing the praying. Me and mine work in the shadows of Limsa, taking a keen edge to the rooks and cacklers would have earned himself a million. We don't tout for members, but every now and again we might offer a promising young covey a place in our ranks. If you're an interest in joining us, tip us your doddles and we'll put a hilt in each one, just like the gods intended. So what do you say, fancy learning a new trade? Oof. Good to see you're keen, but I should probably warn you on a few points before you dive in. Where most guilds take pride in turning their members into the best bloody candlestick makers they can be, we only care about getting the job done. And the job ain't pretty. You become one of us and you'll soon be neck deep in scum and knife fights. So if you're looking to scamper across rooftops and bilk dandies, oh, they're blunt, you'd best take off with the new crew. Think on that. Come back if you're still keen. Didn't scare you off? Bene. They told me you was a meddlesome covey. So it's proved. You'll need every ounce of that metal soon enough. Now step inside and have a prattle with Jakey. He's our upright man, the master of the guild. Looking to head inside? Yes, sir. So the rogue was actually that's why you can't start as it. It was actually added, I believe, in Heavensward. But definitely was added like after, so you can't choose it to start. It's also because it's meant to be secret, so it's a little bit more of a canonical thing as well. Oh, I am the one they call Jakey, though I surprise you've heard of me. Perhaps you've got a good enough to tell me your name, along with what that old covey has told you mine. Oh, the famous Ursa. Old Lenny Letpatch led you in, did he? He can't throw a blade for shite, but that one I don't miss naught when it comes to sizing up a Denver Colt for stalling. Just one thing. You ain't a pirate, are you? Well, then, it's time you was stalled to the rogue. Put on your best beater cases, and I'll swear you in myself when you're ready. Now, I fear your wattles was the storied history of our guild, but that's what just wins and wind. Most important thing, the only thing we care about, is getting the job done. Now, most folk, and I'm assuming you're among them, know that not long after Limsa's founded, the city was overrun by a motley collection of pirates and thieves. But as wild as that lot were, it soon became clear that they'd end up killing each other, and if they didn't lay down a few rules, an unspoken code of conduct, as it were. 1, you don't bite the purses of your fellow limosans. 2, don't rook a crew out their spoils. And 3, you don't trade calls like they were chattel. I'll admit the finer points of the code are a bit murky, but most agree on those 3 at least. Now you might be thinking of the amounts of the sack of dillberries now. The Admiral's outlawed piracy, but in the back alleys of black markets where Mirrorweb's grip ain't as tight, the code's still alive and well. And just as rogues' laws enforced by the Yellowjackets, the code is regulated by us rogues. We go where the shadows are darkest and hand out the justice as them as break the code. Some rum-soaked covey steals goods from the wrong cull, and me seal 'em back. That's the job, my natty lad. Of course, we don't hop the twig when blade work's called for, neither. You'll see more than to our dagger play than just sticking culls with a pointy end. We mark a weak with poison, fade 'em away, and strike in the darkness. Whatever it takes to get the work done. Well, Ursa, what do you say? Got the guts to do a rogue's job? Alright then, first off, we've got to see your kit sorted out. A rogue needs to be light on his do-beaters and stay on Mark's trail. The job might have you fighting across a deck and weaving through a mob. The last thing you want is the bleeding great axe that hooks itself on every rope and post. That's why we stick to daggers. They let you slip through the streets just as easily as they slip through a rook's ribs. Here, take these stabbers and see how they look on you. And don't just get excited with your new toys if you get to dress for the role. You'd be surprised how many cults come back to me in their bloody small clothes. That's... That's really funny, actually, because I'm sure that happens a lot. I mean, it's almost happened to me a couple of times. Okay, we'll put rogue on here. Rouge. Moulin Rouge. And I know for certain that I have a ninja one. There it is. It's taking the place of range, and that is gear set 21. Okay. And there we go. Roll. So the roll action's on. Shade shift. All those damage max HP. Slash hide. This one is on. Yes. Sorry, I had to close my eyes and think about the muscle memory for a sec. We will probably not be using throwing dagger hardly at all, but it's nice to have on the bar for at least right now. Dagger potency of 150. This becomes, what's it called? It's there. Trick attack. That can only be executed when you're hidden. Better than Mug, though. Mug there, trick attack there, Aeolian Edge. That's the... Whoops. What? Oh, it's not. That's right. Death Blossom is. Aeolian Edge is this. Okay. Simple as that. Half my bar is empty, but that's fine. Don't need much to be a rogue. Alright, let's see here. Managed to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself? Well, we're off to the good start, I'd say. Next, you'll want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your weapons. I reckon those bleeding cheats out in the fields outside of Limsa should serve for your first lesson. And to test your blades on a few of them lambs, then slice up some rats, pugils for a good measure. Mind that you middle them beasties one at a time, though, lad. I've no served far worse in the past, but you're no damber with them stabbers just yet. I feel like I'm getting better at the random-ass pirate jargon. Apparently, that's just something I'm going to have to get used to. I didn't think that would be a thing in my life, but, you know, apparently it's going that way. Times you just got to talk like a pirate. Does this macro for Summoner not include... Oh, it's because it's, yeah, for EOS. That makes sense. I do have one for Summoner as well, though, I believe. Blue Mage, Ninja, Paladin. Yeah. It's Black Mage. I think I changed that one, but this one would work. I could just do that, I suppose. It doesn't really matter. I can also just do this. I just have it initially set up for that, but because I'm not playing as a scholar, I can't. It's not summoning EOS, because obviously EOS doesn't exist yet. But either way, travelers, we have done an awful lot today. We have now unlocked the... find a little dealio here, actually. So now all the classes on this little guy are fully fledged out, which is amazing. Looking over here, we have unlocked Paladin. We have unlocked the Monk class. We have unlocked the Rogue class, the Marauder class, and the Arcanist class, which does split into two separate jobs, actually. We have done the Hildebrand quest line. We have done bonus dungeon. And I think that's about it, but it seems like a lot. Seems like a lot. We had a lot of time in this today. It was a bonus stream. I got off early. I really wanted to do a lot of this post-ARR stuff because it's very exciting. And we still have a couple of busy work things like cleaning up these other classes. Tomorrow will be an MSQ stream. We'll be focusing on some primal progression. And then the bonus stream after that, whenever we have time. These are not, bonus streams are not like a guaranteed thing, really. They're just whenever the ability kind of hits that we can do them. So I'll figure out when that's going to be, but no guarantees as to just yet when that's going to be. But next time we do it, it will probably be to progress our Crafters and Gatherers. because those have fallen just a mite behind. So something to keep in mind. But for right now, I have been Ursa the Literary Bear. I have just been fixing my hotbars very rudely when I meant to be addressing you all directly, so my apologies for that. But we will see you next time, and in the meantime, tell us what kind of stories you enjoy around the campfire. We'll see you. Bye. Bye.